Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. 3 hunters with bull elk tags are claiming that after they helicoptered into an isolated public land area in the Bighorn Mountains and killed bull elk, an adjacent landowner tried to swipe one of their trophy elk heads. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there was a confrontation between the hunters and the landowner.
So they went down and they confronted the guy and found out, at least this guy claimed that it was one of the adjacent landowners, one of the ranchers had come and was trying to steal this elk head. They're not really sure why, but he expressed to them that he didn't want them there. He didn't want them hunting there. They said, look, here's the maps. Here's where we are. This is public land. And so the guy relented and gave the elk head back.
The alleged incident is under investigation, so Wyoming Game and Fish can't comment on it. Sheridan Region spokeswoman Christina Schmidt stated in an email response to Cowboy State Daily. After truckers complained of illegal immigrant counterparts, Wyoming law enforcement, as well as ICE, conducted an operation last week targeting truckers bypassing the port of entry near the Colorado border. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that authorities are saying that out of 205 contacts made, 40 truckers are being processed.
So Colorado has laws that limit the extent to which local law enforcement can work with ICE, whereas Wyoming has the opposite, a very ICE permissive environment and several sheriff's agents that actually have agreements with ICE. And so if you are trying to crack down on undocumented truckers, for example, that border between Wyoming and Colorado is probably a pretty right place to do it. And that's what they did.
Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak tells Cowboy State Daily that his office, ICE, and Wyoming Highway Patrol collaborated for 3 days in Laramie County, specifically targeting commercial drivers who use county roads to avoid the port of entry. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming ranchers say the closure of Tyson's Lexington, Nebraska plant is a distress signal for cattlemen and consumers. Cowboy State Daily's Renny Jean reports that ranchers are saying that fixing things will require rewriting the Meat Inspection Act.
Right now, even though state inspections follow the same laws that federal inspections do, even though they have to meet the same kind of criteria, they have to make sure the meat is safe, right? Even though it's safe to eat in Wyoming when it's state inspected, as soon as it crosses the state line, it's illegal.
Tyson Foods announced that it's closing the Nebraska meat packing plant in January, and that is a big distress signal for the industry. So Wyoming cattle ranchers say it's a red flare for trouble ahead, not just for meat packers, but also for cattlemen. A 23-year-old Evanston man accused of fatally shooting his dad early Saturday morning wrote in a court form that he acted in self-defense. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland says that Ethan Grosz says he didn't know who was breaking into his room and didn't mean to kill anyone.
He and his dad had been arguing that Friday that he told police dad had been drinking. And he also, in a court document, said, I didn't know who was trying to get into my room 4 a.m. after all of that. He's charged with second-degree murder, which is 20 years to life if you're convicted. But in Wyoming, he has a chance to launch, if he wishes, he has a chance to launch what's called a Johns hearing, where he can argue that he acted in self-defense.
According to the circuit court clerk, Grosz appeared Monday morning in Evanston Circuit Court. His preliminary hearing, where he'll have the chance to argue the state's assertion of probable cause, is set for December 1st. Trump and congressional allies like Representative Harry Hageman of Wyoming are undoing Biden-era land and leasing rules to expand coal, oil, and gas in Wyoming's Powder River Basin. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this is uncharted territory, and many questions from opponents are being asked.
The sources I spoke to said we haven't been here before. Congress has not gotten this involved in an approved and moving forward resource management plan. What happens next? Is there a new process? There's a lot of questions from those watching this space and the coal industry and how public lands are managed.
Opponents say that undoing these regulations gut environmental regulations and could leave taxpayers on the hook for huge cleanup costs. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Tuesday, November 25. Stories we're covering today. Wyoming is making tougher cows. Are you surprised? I mean, our cows are tougher than your cows. Wyoming rancher accused of trying to steal reverse poaching elk head. It's so weird. What the? I'm surprised nobody has thought of this before. Forget corner crossing. The new corner crossing is helicoptering into your hunt area. It's totally legal. But boy, ranchers don't like it. Big ice pinch pulls at least 40 truckers off the road, has them headed back to the country they came from. These stories and more. Jen Coker is with us this morning. We got a lot of guests today as well. Russell Nemetz will be here. Western Ag Network. Russell's a legend, Jen.
Is he?
Yeah. He's forgotten more about Western Ag than we know.
Which for me is nothing.
See, he's already got us beat.
Yeah.
Jen, your story's about, well, the missing Vin Diesel. This guy, I call him Vin Diesel. This guy's jacked. Jose Mendoza disappeared from Casper. And this was years ago, 6 years ago. Sister's still looking for him.
Yeah, she's actively looking for him.
Okay. Define actively. Like she has not given up the pursuit, renewed interest in the case?
Yeah, kind of all of the above. Speaking to a lot of different families, there's different responses, obviously. But in her case, I mean, she had meticulous notes. And I've never seen notes like she had, with everybody she spoke to, when she spoke to them, notes about what transpired. And she just is, has it all memorized and just is very committed. And you need to be found. You need somebody committed to keep the search on for you. We've talked about that, which is why neither of us will ever be found.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, it's like the pilot light in the furnace. I mean, you can have the biggest, fanciest furnace, but if nobody's the pilot light, it doesn't get lit. She's his pilot light. Mm-hmm. Is this the one where his card was used, but he always runs it as a debit? That's a telltale sign. Most people.
I thought so too. Yeah, and that's what caught her attention also. And so, as a family member, she's limited because she called these places and said, can I get surveillance video? And they said, you can with a warrant. So, and that's an easy way to check to see if it was him. Unfortunately, she doesn't know what the police did or didn't do. Because it's one of those things when it's like, we can't, well, they certainly aren't going to tell me. And they haven't told her either what has been done.
Well, there is a police thing, a law enforcement thing that sometimes if you're like way overzealous about stuff, and especially if investigators have already done that, already thought of that, already covered that, you start to maybe be perceived as an annoyance. Like, can I get the surveillance? You know, like, we already did that. We already checked, you know.
Could be. Yeah.
I don't know. But that is weird because here's the thing. People who don't know, and this is, I guess, the last person on earth who doesn't have plastic. But when you run your card, whatever, you know, at the point of sale, you can run it as a debit if you know the 4-digit code, or you can just say, you know, and, you know, run it as credit. Just enter. You don't need to know the code. So if the card's not yours, you would run it as credit. You just say credit. And I almost always run mine as debit.
Do you?
Yes. I don't know why. I don't have a credit card. I do not possess a credit card. It's a debit card. And I operate it that way. I've just always, I don't know. We don't need to get into me, but I never like to pay money I don't have. So I never see the point of a credit card. You know, I understand it builds credit, but I have money. Like, I don't need to give you something that's the promise of money.
Well, in that sense, the card works the same exact way. It's all coming out of the, you know, I have a debit card also, and I use it as credit typically, but it just comes straight out of my account.
Yeah.
So it's like, it seems weird that you can use both, because shouldn't you have to have that PIN in order to use that card?
Well, I don't know. These are for financial. Maybe the next banker I get on, I'll cover it. But I know, you know, running things as debit or credit, there's certain protections you have. You run something as debit, it's more close to cash, and your chance of recouping something that's a fraudulent run on the card is much less. Run it as credit, you got a chance because there's a delay built into credit. But I don't know. But
interesting. I've never thought about it.
Oh yeah, you're supposedly supposed to run everything as credit. Some financial people say debit is akin to cash. I mean, it's the same thing as paying cash. It's gone. The money's gone, and you're probably going to have a tough time getting it back, tougher than if you did credit. But anyway, that is, people usually are pretty habitual about that. And certainly if you don't know the 4-digit code, you're going to run it as a credit. And if that's not something Mendoza did typically,
And just last 3 transactions. And then, of course, his car was found abandoned on the Wind River Reservation 6 months later. So then you have that weird detail.
Yeah. In what world do people just leave a car somewhere?
Yeah, and he's not the guy who would do that. You know, you've seen he's quite built.
Nobody is.
Yeah. Well, his car went off the road in Utah once, and he was waiting for his folks to come help him, and he pushed the darn thing back on the road.
Oh, yeah.
Himself.
This dude can pick it up and put it in his pocket. I mean, let me show his photograph of him again. Yeah, his car craps out, big deal. He'll pick it up and move it where he wants it. It's like the Flintstone mobile. Yeah, he can do whatever he wants with it, crumple it up and throw it away. But people don't typically just leave their car somewhere. I think you and I don't do that. And, you know, even if you're trying to get rid of it, like nobody wants this hunk of junk. I'm leaving it. You know, the VIN, somebody's going to read the VIN. You're going to get a ticket for litter. You can't just leave your car.
No.
This is not Los Angeles.
No, it's very just troubling clues.
Yeah.
And the other side of the coin is some people feel that because he was on parole, that he jumped parole and is intentionally hiding. However, having spoken to his sister, she's just like, he would have gotten word to them if that were the case. So she thinks that foul play.
Yeah, she's got a foul play angle and she's got stuff to support her. But you know what? If I'm on the investigation side, if I'm behind the badge, I'm like, this guy was on parole, missed a parole hearing, and that's a huge strike. That's now in the column of, yes, intentionally disappeared. That and the fact that who's going to jack this dude? Like,
well,
I don't want to see the guy who thinks, there's an easy mark. Like, what?
But then how do you stay off the radar? That's another thing, because it's not like he had unlimited resources.
Yeah, Jen, you've seen it, though. People who have got off the radar for a significant amount of time. I know, like, statistics show that whatever, 90%, if you're gone after a month, you're gone. But I get you can. The same kind of people that just abandon vehicles are the people who are somehow able to operate without any internet presence, without any credit card or debit cards or anything.
Well, another side of this too, in the sister's favor for her theory, is that there were people who had threatened him in the past. So there was some intentionality that somebody might have harmed him. I mean, it wasn't, he wasn't hanging out in the best circles, let's say.
Well, he was hanging out at the gym a lot. Who threatens this guy? Seriously. Wow. Wow, that interesting case. Where this is out of Casper?
Yeah.
The sister lives in Casper. Well, boy, I hope.
He disappeared after leaving his mother's house in Utah, but he was living in Casper.
Yeah, which, as we've discussed, throws another wrench in things whenever you got to go to another state, another law enforcement agency. In Casper, maybe the PD, maybe there's a relationship there, but trying to get another state's law enforcement to get on, that's adds just another wrinkle. It makes it difficult.
Yeah, and the car was found on the reservation, so then you have the feds.
Oh, boy.
So in multi-jurisdictions.
Of course, the BIA is so cooperative to find out what happened to a gringo. I can't imagine. They got their own issues and their own environment they live in as far as law enforcement. Jen Coker's other story, a little follow-up to the Gillette nurse who looks like he's going to get a year in jail. And remember that patient with dementia that somehow was allowed to just walk right out of the facility on a cold night, froze to death outside. And the nurse that was supposed to be on station on duty maybe wasn't too observant.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. I typically do not get hate mail. I don't write the type of stories that warrant hate mail.
Right.
On this story, I got I stopped counting.
Huh.
And the bone of contention for everyone, it seems, was that he only got a year. And that's because a jury had found him guilty of the lesser charge. He went in with felony, involuntary homicide, manslaughter. And then he got the lesser charge of negligence homicide. So one came with a penalty of up to 20 years. This one, the lesser charge was up to 1 year. So people were angry at me that he only got a year, but that was the jury's decision. And what happened was she had walked out of a door with an alarm. And rather than open the door and look for her outside, he just turned off the alarm and did not open that door. So that is how he was charged with this particular offense.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to me that's what negligent homicide or whatever it is for. Misdemeanor negligent. Yeah, that's down from a felony misdemeanor. Misdemeanor negligent rather than felony involuntary manslaughter. I could see the negligent. I mean, certainly there was no intent to do this woman harm. There was just perhaps laziness and, slipping past some rules, some procedure.
Yeah, and I wasn't able to get my hands on the actual facilities procedures to know whether that was actually in the books as part of training.
Yeah.
And I was told it was best practices. So if you're a CNA for however long he was, he should have known that if a door alarm goes off, you check on that patient. But there was a supervisor on duty also, and she was not charged, which I found interesting because the buck typically stops with the supervisors.
Yeah. We're talking about Bernard Hale, 58-year-old, found guilty by jury last month, misdemeanor negligent homicides, 1 year in jail, and the death of 88-year-old Judith Duvall. You know, when you think about your job, and, you know, we'll speculate Bernard Hale, he's got a job like some people have a job like an accountant who's not really crazy about being he's like he's bookkeeping, and he makes an $20,000 error. Oops. And yeah, you might have to repay that. This guy probably is not the greatest registered nurse. If you were a nurse and that was your calling, you would worry that an alarm went off at a door. You'd be like, I wonder if somebody got out. You would, if you're eager about your job, you would, whatever the policy of the facility was, whenever alarm goes off, check the door. Like, duh, these should be no duh. I'm a registered nurse. This is what I do. Let me check. But he, maybe this is the kind of like, I just collecting a paycheck, man. This is not my favorite gig.
It's hard to say because they're also required, and he was a CNA, and they're also required to do 2-hour bed checks. So there's no excuse for why that wasn't done. So there was a lot of and the jury found it to be negligent also.
All right, Jen. So I think we're going to have somebody fill in for me on Thanksgiving. What are you going to do? You going to pop in and say hi to Jeff?
Yeah, I will pop in. I'll have some stories to tell you.
Oh, that's
we're
awesome.
Working on one now.
Excellent. I think we're going to have a new me on Thursday. Just test out the new guy.
You.
They might. You have fun. Get your bird in now. They take a long time to cook.
All right, I'll get working on it. You have a good holiday.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily, Jen Coker, Russell Nemetz. He's going to be on right after this quick break.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Hey, let's get right to it on a Tuesday morning of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Russell Nemetz. Russell is the guy behind Western Ag Network. Russell, say hi to Will Rasmussen for us, won't you? We love the rodeo show.
Oh, man, he's one of the best, isn't he, Jake? And a voice to be reckoned with across the West in the rodeo industry. So
he's awesome.
We pale in comparison to those rodeo announcing legends like Will Rasmussen.
Definitely. And he knows everyone, like his family. Like he knows everyone who's everyone. His Rolodex must be insane. Speaking of rodeo, boy, I'm so worried about that horse, that herpes equine. That is not good news.
No, it's another headline that we could have done without here in the fall of 2025. And certainly for horse owners, equine enthusiasts, rodeo people, I mean, it couldn't have came at a worse time. I mean, it's a bad deal any time of the year, but with all the horse shows going on, horse sales across the region, and more importantly, the biggest rodeo event in the entire world, the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo, which kicks off here in just a few days or so in Las Vegas. I mean, a lot of folks are just wondering, what's going to happen down there in Sin City.
Super Bowl of rodeo getting ready to kick off here very soon. I know a lot of high school rodeos, they have fall seasons. Utah, a lot of them had to cancel or, out of precaution. The good thing is going into winter, everybody puts their horse away for the most part. Unless you're in Wickenburg, Arizona, you're still roping all year. But, some of us are going to just let that horse hair up and forget about him for a couple months.
That's a good way of putting it. Kind of like after Christmas, you just box things up, put them away until next year. So.
Russell, I want to fix escalating beef prices, and we're going to do it in 12 minutes.
Okay.
The government has not been able to do it in decades. I don't know that they've really been trying. Let's start out. We're launching into the discussion with the closure of that plant in Lexington, Nebraska. It's a Tyson's plant. I believe they do only poultry there, but the significance is the beef and poultry industry is going to be affected by this. And it all comes down to really there's too few packing facilities. There's a centralization of packing facilities, places that can process meat or poultry, and it causes a price bump at that point. And I don't know if the rancher necessarily feels like his cows are worth more, although I think they are. But let's start with the plant. What is it going to mean for that plant closing? What could be the ripple effects?
Well, of course, Tyson Foods is one of the four major packers in America, along with JBS, Cargill, and National Beef. And for years, I mean, as you mentioned, Jake, that those in the beef cattle industry, those of us out here in cow-calf country, I mean, have been just saying, this meat packing industry has been getting more and more consolidated each and every year. I mean, those four that I just mentioned, Tyson included, they represent about 80% of America's packing capacity. Now, what it means for like that Lexington, Nebraska beef processing plant down there, not only does it employ about 3,000 people, but they have the capacity to process up to 5,000 head of cattle per day. And it's right in the heart of feedlot country. And so when you think about all these calves that are born and raised in these western states like Wyoming and Utah, Colorado, Montana, the Dakotas, a lot of them actually end up in some of those feed yards down there in places like Nebraska. And, for years, I mean, these packing plants have been centralized in feedlot country because that's where the beef supply is going to be. Once it leaves those feedlots, it's got to go somewhere to be processed into those T-bones, those ribeyes, hamburger, chuck roasts, all those delicious proteins that you and I just can't get enough of. But when you take a major plant like this offline, I mean, it does kind of send a ripple effect through the entire industry because it's like, okay, those cattle that have to be processed that we're going to go to Lexington's plant, they got to go somewhere else. And in this case, they're probably going to be trucked down to Amarillo, Texas, or there's some other packing plants in and around the region, but it's just not quite as handy as it was. And so a lot of folks are just wondering, what's this going to mean? Because we've been enjoying some record times here in cow-calf country for ranchers like those in Wyoming and elsewhere. And, unfortunately, the trickle down effect, when costs go up on the other end, costs go down prices paid go down for what those calves are worth on this end.
Yeah, those feedlots are saying now I got to truck cattle to Texas, so that's going to cost, and now they're not buying. So tell me how it works now. Ranchers, your typical rancher, we're going to go to Wyoming. That's where we are. Typical rancher in Wyoming, fall gather, he ships, let's say ships calves off to Nebraska. They get fattened up in the feedlot. Now, all along the way, everybody's enjoying higher prices because cattle supplies have not been this low since maybe the 1950s. There just isn't cows out there. So, yeah, the rancher is getting a paycheck that maybe he hadn't seen in the last few decades. Then the feedlots making money, but because of the jam up at now maybe 3 major packers, when that gets all jammed up and becomes darn near a monopoly, they can call some shots on prices. How is everybody making money along that food line? Because steak costs more, Russell. Who's making the money?
Yeah, well, I mean, for most. For as long as I can remember, up until really the past 12, 18 months, I mean, the meatpacking industry has made quite a bit of money. Let's be honest about that. So I mean, when we see, there's short supplies. We got the smallest cattle supply herd. It's the supplies, the smallest cow herd in America since, in 75 years. But those 4 major packers, and I'm not here to beat up anybody, but those 4 major packers have made quite a bit of money over the years. They made a ton of money, especially during the COVID years. I mean, their profit margins were out of this world, and so those of us out here in cow-calf country, it's hard for us to feel, too much sympathy for these corporations, these in some cases, multinational corporations, when for a lot of years, I mean, our ranchers out here in the West have just been scraping by. And for the first time in, forever, Jake, I mean, these guys out here in Wyoming, Montana, Utah, Colorado, I mean, we're actually making a little bit of money. And then we have something like this come along, and I mean, let's be honest too. I mean, we have still a lot to be thankful for. I mean, the market hasn't completely crashed. Is it down considerably in the past month and a half because of the president's comments about importing Argentina beef? Yes. But when you compare it to a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, it's still pretty darn good out here in farm and ranch country.
And on that note, I'm worried that I'm a glass half empty guy. Maybe let's see a glass half full. Russell, paint me a rosier picture for the future. But yes, price. It's been so good right now and lately that some ranchers are saying, "Boy, if I was ever going to cash out, now's the time. I'm done with this." And maybe there's not another. Tell me about the demographics. Can the next generation of ranchers buy in at this point? It's a significant investment to get your cow-calf operation up and running. Is this dwindling? Are we aging out and selling out?
That's the $64,000 question. And that's some of the things that, groups like the Wyoming Stockgrowers, Wyoming Wool Growers, Farm Bureau, all your major ag organizations in places like Wyoming have been beating the drum for years, is how do we get the younger generation to stay involved in agriculture or get back involved or just get involved? And in the cattle industry, to your point, when you're selling into a record high market, things are phenomenal. You're going to pay down a lot of debt. You're going to pay down, it's going to be a great Christmas. But when you think about, whether it's a younger producer, a middle-aged producer, or an old guy like me saying, I want to get into the cattle industry, or maybe I want to expand my cow herd right now. Boy, unless you've got the assets already established and you've got a line of credit, or, it's going to be tough because, just last Monday at Torrington Livestock there in Wyoming, they were selling bred heifers for upwards of $5,500 per head. So That's considerably higher, Jake. That's just for one animal.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't take much to do. Even I can do simple math like that. I mean, I'm a communications guy. I suck at math.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that if you take 10 times 5,500, 100 times 5,500, that's a lot of money. And unless you've got the cash in the bank, or you've got, you know, somebody to co-sign for you, or, you know, some sort of other collateral lined up, it's damn hard to get, you know, that type of money. And that's just the animals, right? I mean, that's not even talking about if you've got to rent a place, or if you own your farm or ranch, or what. So
we're going to go. We're going to go back to the 1880s to start your herd. You're going to need a running iron and a couple of guys who live a little outside the law, man. I don't know how you buy in.
You know, yeah. Well, remember, there's still laws on the book too for cattle rustling. So, and then I don't know about Wyoming. I can't speak for Wyoming, but here in Montana, I think it's still legal to be hung. So,
yeah, well,
for cattle rustling,
you guys are so much more civilized than Wyoming. Oh
yeah.
Wait, don't take this as advice from Russell or me. They do string up cattle thieves. I think
I'm actually dialing my attorney right now just to make sure that I'm protected now from this broadcast, and I'm going to pin it all on you.
We did not advise cutting out a few of those, a few of them unbranded. No. One last thing now. Yeah. I do see perhaps a movement towards the ability of these smaller mid-size operations. There was a time where, the only way that your cow-calf operation penciled was if you were the sixes. If you were King Ranch, you had to go big or go home. Can these smaller operations in Wyoming and Montana survive? And maybe the Direct Act or similar stuff that would allow you to sell direct to consumer a little bit easier. I mean, federal regulations, Russell, is hampering the industry big time.
I mean, regulations, no matter whether it's the cow business, the farming business, the radio business, television, I mean, that's what hampers, the entrepreneurial spirit out here in America still. But, if there was one good thing that came out of COVID, and there weren't that many, it did open up a ton of funds, a ton of opportunities for more local or regionalized meat processing capacity. And, with help from, congressional leaders like yours in Wyoming, in South Dakota, all across our region, they did open the doors for more ability, I guess, for these local meat processors to start up, be able to harvest more of that, food and fiber that we raise right here at home, and then sell it back directly to consumers. Because, today's consumer especially wants to have that relationship with their food producer. They want to know where that food came from, and give it a choice. They will buy, American grown product of the USA all day long, and that's another push, is, why don't we have mandatory country of origin labeling for beef, and Wyoming's congressional delegation is 100% behind it. Your representative, Harriet Hageman, just recently reintroduced her Cool Act.
Yeah.
And if I can tell you where this shirt that I'm wearing or yours, is produced and where it's from, why can't we have that on beef? We have it on some of the other food products, but circling the wagons back around, Jake, there's still an opportunity to process that food and fiber that we're raising right here. And there's some funds out there, and agricultural organizations are dialed in on that. And so, the sky isn't completely falling. And as we head into Thanksgiving, like I said earlier, we truly do have a lot to be thankful for. We still have the safest, most abundant, and believe it or not, even with beef prices where they're at, a pretty darn affordable food supply when you put it all into consideration. And it's still pretty damn good to live in America versus anywhere else in the world.
Yeah. All right, that's a good note to close on, Russell. I think you're right. Country of origin would help. There seems to be, a chance to capitalize on that movement. people will make a conscious choice to even pay a little bit more for something made in the USA, especially something you're putting in your body. This farm to fork, that's so popular. How many times have I been to a restaurant where they source the beef from the ranch I can see from the window? Like, that is so cool. That's positive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably long overdue. I mean, it's been a controversial issue. Why? I don't know. In the U.S. beef cattle industry, it's pitted, different cattle organizations, both on a state, regional, and national level, against each other. And, but, at the end of the day, what you said is absolutely correct. I mean, put the product in the meat case, put the product on the shelf, put the label on it where it was, born, raised, and processed, and let the consumer decide. At the end of the day, we were told from day one in the food and fiber industry, or any industry, the consumer's always right, correct? And if they can't afford American beef, let's say, then that's their option to choose something else in the meat case or go a different route.
Let's go. Let's end on a pop quiz note. Speed quiz. This is the speed trivia portion of our show.
I didn't know this was happening, Jake. This was not in my notes over here.
I know, Russell. Let's go to the Chicago Mercantile. I heard that the price of turkey that we're putting on the plate in a couple of days is actually down from last year, 2%. You seeing the same thing? Turkey, even with the avian flu going around, turkey's still affordable.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, if I'm given a choice, I'm going with beef or lamb. But I mean, there are other lesser priced proteins in the meat case, and whether it's chicken or turkey, I mean, they can reproduce way faster than, cattle or sheep. And so it's easier to replenish the supply. And so, yeah, the turkey numbers are up despite the devastation that avian flu, caused. And so it does look like that there's, the price of turkey is down a little bit. Some of the other food items are also down this year. I was just looking at that Farm Bureau Thanksgiving dinner survey. And I mean, some of them, especially wheat-based, food products, I mean, the price of wheat isn't nothing to write home about. I mean, as we talk about record high cattle prices still, I mean, here in 2025, if you go back 50 years, the price of wheat was $4, $5 in 1975. And you know what? The price of wheat here in 2025 is, you guessed it, $4 or $5, but
not moving the needle much on wheat.
No, we're not moving at all.
How was the growing season across the Rocky Mountain region? I think sugar beets did pretty well in Wyoming. In general, it's kind of a droughtish, depending on where you were. How was the growing season?
I mean, most people, besides prices, had a pretty good fall. Gosh, what a fall. Have we ever had a fall like this?
Extended,
literally,
yeah.
Don Day could run for president right now and he'd probably win. Don Day is Don Day. He's a good friend of mine, good friend of yours. But holy cow, he dialed up the perfect fall forecast. And so, the sugar beet harvest went well. Really no complaints there. Folks got their winter wheat in, all we got to do now is get a little bit of moisture going into winter and come back out next spring, and we're rocking and rolling.
Yeah. Let's convene again sometime soon and talk more about the beef industry and the state of the beef industry. Every time there's like a headline news that has to do with beef and ag. Every day, it seems. Hopefully the federal government can get out of its own way and help out the rancher.
There you go. When you figure that out, Jake, you let me know.
Yeah. You and I will figure it out. We'll run it up the flagpole when we got the solution.
Oh, yeah. And even if we don't, we'll still talk about them anyways on radio and TV, right? We always have the last word.
That's right. When you run the newspaper, you own the barrel of ink, right? You know what they say about, and same thing with broadcast. Thanks, Russell.
Yeah, anyway, you bet. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Keep doing what you're doing. Western Ag Network and then Russell Nemetz chats with us this morning. Let's take a break.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Let's get an updated weather forecast to you. Casper, sunny 36. You see the temperature is starting to head southward, eh? I don't mean south like warmer either. I mean down. Lander 35, sunny. Mostly sunny at Evanston, highs 37. Same for Rock Springs. Pinedale, sunny 32. Afton, a little bit of patchy fog in the morning, otherwise sunny, mid-30s. Sunny and blustery in DuBois with highs barely making the freezing mark. Sunny 35 in Jackson. Thermopolis, sunny and 37. Same for Cody. Buffalo, sunny, breezy, highs at the freezing mark. 35 the high in Sheridan, under sunshine. Chance of snow early in Newcastle. Sun will prevail by the afternoon, but a little bit blustery and cold. 29 the high in Newcastle. Torrington, sunny, breezy, 40 the high. Douglas, sunny, breezy, 34. Cheyenne, sunny with a stiff breeze, 37 degrees today. Sunny and breezy, 32 in Laramie. Sunny in Rawlins with highs 33. Mostly sunny in Saratoga, 34 the high. That is your day weather forecast. On Dale Beyond later, we'll chat more about weather. Big thanks to Russell Nemetz coming on. He's Western Ag Network. We talked a few things ag, including the story of the day. Seems like every day there's a headline that has direct impact or concern for anybody in the ag network, anybody in the ag business, the beef, cow-calf operation. It's whether it's the Direct Act, which is a piece of legislation that could pave the way, remove some of that government red tape and allow for more direct-to-consumer sales from smaller operations in the cattle business. Or today we learned from Renny Jean that Tyson is going to shutter its plant in Lexington. That's a big deal. Wyoming ranchers say the closure of Tyson's Lexington, Nebraska plant, distress signal for cattlemen and consumers. And it's going to mean it's going to have ripple effects we're going to feel on down the road for maybe years. How to fix it? Well, Russell and I were joking that we were going to take 12 minutes to fix it. It may take 12 years. And there's been many great minds that have tried to fix it. I think we need to put Tyler Lindholm in charge of it, honestly. Tyler Lindholm, rancher, former state legislator. Tyler has some good ideas. For instance, Tyler said the Direct Act, speaking of this piece of legislation, which could allow for direct-to-consumer sales in an easier fashion, lifting some restrictions on state-inspected meat if it's not going anywhere. You know, if it's just staying pretty local, that could help. Lindholm said, it's a nice Band-Aid. All respect for Senator Marshall, who proposed the Direct Act. He said it's a nice Band-Aid, but for Wyoming, having a limited number of federally inspected facilities, just like we have a limited number of state-inspected facilities. So he wonders the long-term maybe for everybody points for the long-term solution to be to have more packing facilities. I mean, there was 4 major meat packers in the whole United States, and one of them just announced it's closing. So that's where kind of the jam up is. There needs to be more facilities. Tyler Lindholm says, he said, look at me. He said, right now in the little town of Sundance, where I live in Crook County, it's one of the highest cattle producing counties in the state. We've got beef on the hoof all around this town, said Tyler Lindholm. Yet there isn't one facility where local beef may be butchered for retail sale in the entire area. That's crazy, isn't it? Lindholm said. He said there's only 7,000 people in this whole county, but I'll bet there's north of 100,000 beef, and yet you can't get it butchered here. That's insane. That's crazy, said Tyler Lindholm. Just no meat packing, no processing facilities. And another, that's the story that Renny Jean wrote about the Wyoming cattle ranchers, and saying that Nebraska plant closure, a sign of deeper problems. And then Mark Hines has a story about the inability of even hunters to find places to process their harvest. It's just, is it all due to state and federal regulations? Is the industry over-regulated? Many saying that is the case. Interesting. Wyoming ranchers, Cape Meadows, another story from Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming ranchers say bypassing some meat inspectors would be game-changing. Cape Meadows story came out on the 21st of this month. Wyoming ranchers saying allowing some meat to bypass federal inspectors and sell limited state-inspected product online would be the best thing that could happen to them. This is what the Direct Act would propose to do. Wyoming State Senator Ogden Driscoll likes the bill. He's read that. He runs a small-scale Wyoming cow-calf operation himself. He likes the idea of the direct interstate retail exemption for certain transactions. It's acronymed Direct Act, proposed by U.S. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas. And for ranchers looking to sell direct to consumer, perhaps online, some of these smaller mid-size operations could be a godsend. Dennis Sun, our buddy Dennis Sun, who often writes a opinion column for the Cowboy State Daily. He's a fourth-generation Wyoming rancher. He said he likes the bill. He said it would bring more opportunities for meat processing and packaging within the state. So maybe that's a way to get, maybe not on the scale of Tyson, but smaller, mid-sized processing plants throughout Wyoming, where you don't have to truck cows so far, you don't have to truck cattle as far, and you'd have more options. But these stories concerning beef and the rising price of beef and the limited availability to get it processed, these stories have dominated the news in the last few months, and moving forward, can't see any end in sight to that. Bizarre story from Mark Hines about a group. I'm surprised nobody has thought to do this. You remember the corner crossing issue that happened in the southeast part of the state? That's a case where private land is often protected by public land, or private land is often inaccessible because it's surrounded by public land in a checkerboard fashion. It is legally possible now, thanks to a decision from the state Supreme Court and the refusal to hear appeals by the U.S. Supreme Court. It is legal to corner cross if you do it correctly. In other words, step from a piece of public land into another parcel of public land when you're surrounded in a checkerboard. In other words, think chess, and it would be moving your bishop. Your rook would not be able to get you to the hunting grounds, the sacred hunting grounds properly, but the bishop could. You'd have to corner cross. You have to go in a diagonal fashion. Well, in this case, what happens if a piece of prized hunting area is completely surrounded by private property, and there's no way to step over or around or through it? No matter what you do, you'd be trespassing. Well, these ingenious hunters found a way to hunt on public land by dropping themselves in via helicopter. And at least one surrounding rancher allowed access to this public land through his property for some 10 grand a pop or something like that. He said, you can go hunt bull elk on the public property. You can trespass through my place. It's just a $10,000 ticket. Well, this hunter from out of state, who happens to be like somewhat of a famous hunter, I think he's got his own TV show. He's an outdoor writer, lives in Glasgow, Montana. Andrew McKean. McKean did the math. He and a group of 5 friends had tags for bull elk. And he said, by the time we pay $10,000 a pop to this one rancher just to get through his land, we could hire a helicopter to drop us in. Ding, the light bulb went off. The group did hire a helicopter, a chopper pilot, flew them into this public property in southern Bighorn Mountains, where they knocked down 3 bull elk. And that's when things got really weird. As if that's not odd enough that you're flying into public land to do your hunt only because you can't access that land any other way. That's interesting. I've never seen that done. It is done in other places when people do fly in Alaska, Montana. I've not seen it done in Wyoming. And so the hunt was successful. 3 bull elk. One particular bull elk was of trophy caliber, and the group left the elk out to cool down, left the meat to cool. When they returned, they saw some guys trying to carry off the elk head and antlers. And they're like, hey, whoa, what's happening? And they have it all on video. We'll play that video for you. It was allegedly one of the local ranchers in the private property. He said, you can't be doing this. And the hunter said, yeah, we can. This is completely legal. We're on public land, right smack in the middle of public land. And yeah, things got weird, even weirder in this hunt. We'll talk about that story when we come back. Right now, we got a break for top of the hour news. But interesting story from Mark Hines. Big story of the day. Hey, let's break for news. Top of the hour news. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Thanks for spending your Tuesday with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Trump and his congressional allies, like Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman, are undoing Biden-era land and leasing rules to expand coal, oil, and gas in Wyoming's Powder River Basin. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this is uncharted territory, and many questions from opponents are being asked.
The sources I spoke to said we haven't been here before. Congress has not gotten this involved in an approved and moving forward resource management plan. What happens next? Is there a new process? There's a lot of questions from those watching this space and the coal industry and how public lands are managed.
Opponents say that undoing these regulations gut environmental regulations and could leave taxpayers on the hook for huge cleanup costs. Survival of the fittest produces resilient genetics in nature. We know that. But as Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports, Lucky 7 rancher Jim Jensen says he's using the extreme conditions on his Boulder, Wyoming ranch to grow super cows.
8 months out of the year, there are freezing temperatures at night, at least, if not during the day. And so you got a 4-month period there where things are golden and there's no freezing temperatures. It's a challenging environment. Having a little bit harder ability to survive translates everywhere else as better economics for the cattle ranchers. That's another way that maybe some of these high prices can be solved if you have better genetics.
Jensen is a 5th-generation rancher, and his family's been raising cattle in Boulder since 1895. They know a thing or two about the area, and they actually believe it's earned its stripes when it comes to harsh conditions, particularly in winter. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Leaders in Campbell County and Gillette are at odds about BWXT's plan to bring high-tech nuclear fuels manufacturing to town. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Governor Mark Gordon, though, is considering a $100 million state grant for the project.
The mayor of Gillette told me outside of oil and gas and coal, this $100 million would represent, one of the largest, if not the largest single investment in something other than fossil fuels. I guess when it combines, it's perhaps over $500 million. Really, when you talk about what the company's putting in, all for 200 jobs, all for a head start, shall we say, or a place in the race to build this nuclear future. Of course, that comes with a lot of controversy and differing opinions, and Gillette is divided.
Now Governor Gordon is assessing the public's comments and will decide how to spend this money through the Wyoming Energy Authority. A 120-year-old tortoise named Orville, along with 5 others, survived a devastating fire at Reptile Gardens in South Dakota on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that about 80 to 90 other reptiles, including alligators and other tortoises, were killed.
The fire marshal believes it was some sort of electrical issue that consumed the whole building, which was an off-exhibit storage facility for American alligators and smaller tortoise species. And unfortunately, none of the animals that were in the fire survived. But the iconic animals that most people love, like the giant Aldabra tortoises and Maniac, who's a large saltwater crocodile, they were in the Big Sky Dome, which is the central attraction at Reptile Gardens, and they were totally unaffected by the fires. A huge loss. Everyone at Reptile Gardens is feeling it.
John Broxelby, who manages Reptile Gardens public relations, tells Cowboy State Daily that the fire was reported around 12:40 a.m. on Friday, and the Rockerville Volunteer Fire Department responded to an active fire in a detached agricultural shelter. 3 hunters with bull elk tags are claiming that after they helicoptered into an isolated public land area in the Bighorn Mountains, an adjacent landowner tried to swipe one of their trophy elk heads. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there was a confrontation.
He expressed to them that he didn't want them there. He didn't want them hunting there. They said, look, here's the maps. Here's where we are. This is public land. And so the guy relented and gave the elk head back.
Now, the alleged incident is under investigation, so Wyoming Game and Fish can't comment on it. Sheridan Region spokeswoman Christina Schmidt stated in an email response to Cowboy State Daily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now, my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. We welcome in Dr. Erik Goodwyn. He's at Cody Regional Medical Director. He's in Psychiatry and Behavior Health Clinic. Dr. Goodwyn is a psychiatrist, internationally known psychiatrist, delving into dreams, fantasies of individuals in both military and civilian contexts. He's published numerous works in the field, both fiction and nonfiction. Dr. Goodwyn also lectured internationally, continues to do so, sharing his expertise throughout the world. And we're going to talk about what's going on, especially at Cody Regional, and especially in the holiday season when a lot of people struggle with mental health. And we're going to give you an answer. We're going to give you a solution. Dr. Goodwyn, so good to have you on.
I'm glad to be here.
So the biggest, I think, you've I'm sure encountered this. The biggest obstacle to seeking help, if you're struggling, is this whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps. The American West culture, and especially male-dominated. It's tough to break through and say, man, it's all right. I think the militaries make great strides there. You share a foxhole with somebody and you understand we're all not Superman. Man, we're not bulletproof. It's okay to say, man, I got some questions. I just want to reach out. That's the biggest barrier, wouldn't you think, Dr. Goodwyn?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a big problem. We've got this idea that we're supposed to be Superman and we're supposed to be invulnerable, but that's just not the case, and it doesn't have to be the case.
Yeah. Tell me about your approach, what you do, what the CRH clinic approach is to treating mental illness. It's a holistic method. It could involve anything from therapy to medication to innovative technology. We'll talk about what TMS is, but you treat the whole person psychiatry. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We find that Well, everything's interconnected, and we take a look at medications. We have a group of therapists, and like you say, we have our transcranial magnetic stimulation, and we take a whole team approach where we confer with each other, and each person gets the care from the whole team.
So, I mean, why does mental health matter? I think, obviously, at the very worst, it can manifest into suicidal thoughts. But I'm sure that, besides that, there's other reasons why your mental health is as important as your physical health. I mean, especially in these seasons, during the holiday season, and as we get into, sad and winter, we're all inside, which I can tell you the RX, the prescription from Dr. Goodwyn might be get outdoors. But yeah, why do we have to be mentally healthy?
Well, like you just said it, that our mental health and our physical health, they're not disconnected parts. They are completely and totally interconnected. And so when we're not mentally healthy, our physical health suffers tremendously.
Yeah, can both impact the other? Because I know if you're not, if you're down in the dumps, so to speak, if you're not mentally there, can that manifest into some chronic pain condition, or can the reverse happen? If you've got a condition, a physical condition, boy, that doesn't help you mentally getting over that.
Oh, absolutely right. Anyone who has a sort of chronic pain condition, I'm going to say something they already know, which is that when you're depressed, your pain's worse.
Yeah.
And, I mean, everyone who deals with chronic pain already knows that. And now the reverse of that is true, though, which is that when you get your mental health taken care of, those chronic conditions aren't quite as bad, and sometimes they can ease off. So, and like you said, the reverse is true as well. When you have these chronic inflammatory conditions or chronic pain or whatever it is, they can just bring you down. And so they work together.
There may be myriad reasons why you seek the help of somebody like Dr. Erik Goodwyn. You can find him at Cody Regional Health Psychiatry. Let's take somebody through the initial steps of what it could mean from simple therapy to, just talking with you or somebody on staff, and they say, you know what, let's take a walk outside. To maybe the point where, yes, we are going to consider medication, and medication management is where you come in. So yeah, what might happen if somebody reaches out and says, I think I might need help, and start with the very beginning of what you would do?
Well, the first step would be to just call the clinic. That's really all you have to do. And they will set you up with one of our providers. And that would be myself or one of our nurse practitioners that I supervise. And then we'll just sit down and talk with you, and we'll figure out together what might be the best approach. Some people are really just not wanting to try medication right away. They want to try other things first, and that's totally fine. Other people, they want to just take a pill and forget it. Sometimes that's the correct approach, and you can do that. So we work on it together to find out what works best for each individual.
In the holiday season, for whatever reason, mental health issues are often triggered. A lot of it is isolation, I think, Dr. Goodwyn. We feel so isolated. We have the internet. We have the ability to Zoom like we are, anytime, anyone. Yet it makes things even worse. We become more and more isolated. That's not healthy.
No, that's very true. There's something going on right now called the loneliness epidemic, and it's a big problem here and in overseas. We're all talking about it these days, and just the sense of community and the sense of belonging are oftentimes just not there, and the darkness and the long nights and all that just tend to amplify it.
Yeah. Well, you have seen certainly in you're a veteran of
the Air Force.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you've seen the machismo, you've seen like reasons why people would not seek health, a sign of weakness, whatever. Often it takes someone else, a darn near intervention, maybe a family member. Tell me what the untrained like me should be looking for and why it's okay. How should we couch it when we see someone and we're like, I think that person's struggling. What could I do? Could I say anything that's going to ruin it? That could send them off the cliff, or pretty much what should I do? What should I say? Like, hey, maybe you should consider this, and I want to get them to your clinic eventually. How do I start?
Well, basically, you just try to bring it into the room and talk about it with them and say, looks like maybe you're not doing it so great, and you can bring up the fact that, look, I know that you don't like to ask for help, but I mean, I don't either, and yet sometimes you need it, and like you say, for a lot of us guys, it's a matter of pride, and we don't want to admit that we are feeling down or depressed or whatever. But it's just all part of the process. You got to just be there for your buddies and try to get them the help they need.
Yeah, and the help is Dr. Goodwyn, this is no different really than going to the hospital for a broken arm, or a broken bone or a separated shoulder. I mean, this is something that can be fixed. And, this is why there are medical clinics. This is why there's a hospital that includes, and thank goodness at Cody, this is why a hospital that's ready to serve anyone from mental or physical. It's similar to something has gone wrong with the body. No,
absolutely. And the pain, like emotional pain and physical pain, the brain processes them both the same way. So it's not like you're imagining it or it's just quote in your head. I hate that idea. Yeah, it's real, and we need to help you deal with it.
Dude, your whole world is in your head. If it's in your head, it is everything. Yeah. I mean, that's silly. All right, tell me about some of these advancements and some procedures you might use. Could be as much as prescribing get outdoors more, an hour a day, or we could start getting into things like hypnosis. Do you ever use that?
Oh yeah, that's right. We use that. We use, like you say, trying to get people out there more active, more involved. That's can be a whole lot bigger than you might even imagine. And we've got that. We've got therapy, long-term and short-term therapy styles. Lots of different techniques that our therapists use. And then hypnotherapy is another modality that we're looking into as well that we use. Every once in a while. Sure.
I could see why you're at Cody and not maybe a facility in Baltimore, because your prescription walk in the woods is a lot easier in Cody, Wyoming.
It is.
Hey, tell me about TMS, the transcranial magnetic stimulation. This, I don't know. This sounds weird. It's like a helmet thing. What does it do? What is that? What have you found that works for?
Well, it is very effective for depression and for anxiety disorders like obsessive compulsive disorder or OCD. But it sounds big and kind of scary, but it's really very simple. It's basically a helmet with some magnets on it, and the magnets basically stimulate the specific parts of the brain that need help in those conditions, and that helps the brain to grow and generate more nerve fibers and heal.
Yeah. Well, if this message reaches anyone, or if someone 3 degrees of separation, whatever it takes, the place to go, Cody Regional. Can we get to you outside the Cody region? Like, I'm sure, I'm down in Jackson, wherever we are in Wyoming. Can we get to you, and how do we do it? Cody Regional Health.
Yeah. So you just call our clinic number, and even if you're out in Thermopolis or Powell, we serve a wide area.
Yeah.
And we can get you in and get you seen.
Yeah, and I mean, an opportunity, if you want to do a little research, Dr. Erik Goodwyn, it's Erik with a K, Goodwyn with a W-Y-N. This guy's pretty fascinating, including some books. I'm so interested to read the Raven series now. Is that what it is?
Raven's Tale series.
Yeah.
It's fiction. Yeah, it's a fantasy novel.
Yeah. This is a very interesting guy, and I would feel very secure in his hands. If you've got things that are troubling you, there's no reason. This is no different than you have a foot fungus. I mean, you need to take care of yourself, top to bottom, inside out. And Dr. Goodwyn will help you do that. Cody Regional Health. Dr. Goodwyn, thanks for being on.
Oh, thanks for having me.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Don Day coming up with a weather forecast right after this.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go.
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday. Don Dave's with us. Day weather forecast. This guy deserves the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's not me saying that. That's Western Ag Network's Russell Nemetz saying that. Russell said, man, you have cooked up a fantastic fall that allowed for some late harvest. We got winter wheat in the ground. We got sugar beets out of the ground. And thanks for that November so far. Thanks, but no thanks. We only remember what you've done for us lately. And lately it's getting colder, Don.
It is. You know, it's really funny. Never, ever in the weather business is 100% of the populace happy. So we've got Russell's all happy, right?
Yeah.
I got skiers and snowmobilers and ice fishermen that are just freaking out. So, you know, it's if you ever want to get into this profession of mine, you've got to grow a thick skin.
That is true. There's going to be some segment of the population that says that weather just is not cooperating. I would err on the side of making farmers and ranchers happy. They tend to be big, tough guys. And
we need food.
Snowmobile. Yeah, we need food. Suddenly there'll be nothing to eat. Yeah, the sissy snowboarders can go find a patch of snow if they have to. It'll get here soon enough, and I think we're getting to the snow guns going full bore here in Jackson because it's been cold overnight, teens kind of stuff.
There's even a few single digits I've seen here in eastern Idaho right across the border this morning. So the first front, this is the first salvo. We've got a lot of wintry weather. I mean, it's nasty up in the northern plains, a heavy snow across North Dakota into Minnesota's areas right now, northern South Dakota. So we just kind of got kissed by this front, but it's certainly enough to make for a raw, blustery, colder day today. So, the change in the weather is kind of happening in steps, not all at once. So this is step one. Step two will come in with the next salvo as we go on into late Friday and into Saturday. But even tomorrow, Jake, a heads up to travelers going over the mountain passes. There's going to be snow over Wyoming's northern, western, and southern mountains tomorrow. And while there really won't be much on the plains, if you got to go over the passes, you're going to drive into a little bit of winter tomorrow.
Yeah, that trip to grandmother's house, whether it's cross state or to the bordering state, 4, 5, 6 hour drive. When should we do it to get there, Don? And when should we delay? Maybe, I know sometimes it's hard to hang out at family. We want to leave first thing Friday morning, but maybe we hang out till Saturday. When's a good for getting and good for getting out?
Well, other than what I just mentioned, some slick conditions over the mountain passes, travel weather today and tomorrow and for Thanksgiving, not too many problems.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now, this change in the weather that's coming Friday and Saturday, I'm a little uneasy on the timing. I could see it snowing as early as Friday morning over the northern part of the state or as late as Friday afternoon. And then that snow is going to move south Friday night into Saturday into the rest of the state. So, if I were a betting man, I would say, if you're going to be okay if you want to stay overnight on Thanksgiving, but probably plan your travel to leave at a decent time on Friday to get back before that. It's not going to be a giant snowstorm, but it's going to be enough to make things icy. And boy, it's going to be a lot colder this weekend. And so the weather really starts to change in that late Friday, Saturday timeframe.
So when you hear your aunt and uncle packing up and starting the car at 6 a.m, it was no indication of how they thought dinner was the night before. They're just trying to beat the weather.
Hey, you know what it's like this time of year with company in the holidays. Companies like fish after a day or two, All
right, Don. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Don Day with a day weather forecast. And yeah, just in time for Thanksgiving. Wouldn't you know it? Golly, a week ago, your only travel problems would be, do I have my sunglasses in the glove compartment? I mean, it's been glorious this November. And now you got to start worrying about a little bit of weather showing up. Let's get back into the Zoom room corral, and we're going to get our buddy Renny MacKay in here. Wyoming Business Alliance. The grand poobah of such. Renny, what's going on in your world on this Tuesday?
Good morning, Jake. Doing great. Down here in Cheyenne, a few blocks from the Capitol. Beautiful sunrise. So good to be with you.
You're no stranger to the governor. I mean, you used to work for him, but I saw you hanging out with the governor and a whole bunch of other dignitaries. It was all part of the big, what was it, 42nd annual Governor's Business Forum. How'd that go?
That went really well. Yeah, we had incredible turnout, about 600 people. We maxed out capacity over at the Gateway Center at the University of Wyoming, and had Governor Spencer Cox from Utah came in as well, gave some remarks with Governor Gordon, and they had a really good discussion about kind of the future of energy abundance in this country and kind of the role of the Mountain West. And so, yeah, really, really good event this year. Just so appreciative of all the people who made time to be there.
You know, the theme was fitting right in with, in my opinion, WBA, Wyoming Business Alliance President Renny MacKay is with us. The theme was Power of Alliance, cultivating growth for another 25 years. I don't see anybody with more alliances than you guys, than Wyoming Business Association. I'm looking at some of the folks, like 9 people on your management committee, 20 people on your steering committee, and dozens of associate member organizations. This Wyoming Business Alliance just reaches out all over the state into every community in order to gather feedback. We know what they say when you make a horse designed by committee, but you're not making a horse, you're gathering feedback, even if it's the listening tour of 2025, where you took in all 23 counties and you asked what's going right, what's going wrong in your county. I mean, I see nobody reach out more than you guys.
Oh, well, thanks, Jake. Sure work hard to do that and get around the state. And as you're pointing out, this year we did a listening tour to hit every county. We've still got 4 more counties to get done, but we'll be up there in a couple of weeks in the northwest part of the state, up in Cody and Powell and Thermop and Worland. So yeah, just really benefiting from the conversation with businesses from across the state to understand what they're dealing with so we can be the best advocate for businesses as possible.
So what are some of the takeaways from the Governor's Business Forum? What did you find out that you and the state is doing well as far as business? Where do you need to step up? Where is the future? What was the feedback?
Yeah, well, it was a robust conversation, both in the hallways and at each table among people who were there and from the stage. And so we definitely look back and know that there have been some big successes. The Business Forum was the venue where the Hathaway Scholarship started. Leadership Wyoming started at the Business Alliance and is 25 years old now. They went out on their own a few years ago and having great success in what they do to build leadership in this state. So a lot of success in the past, but I think as we look at this moment and look ahead, it does feel like the feedback was there's a lot of opportunity in front of us, but we need to be careful to not squander that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, things, glass looking half full, the future looks super bright. I know the governor he's a pretty diversification guy when it comes to the economy. Are you as well? Renny MacKay with the Wyoming Business Alliance, do you see like many different ways? Because Wyoming's been a boom and bust state forever. If it wasn't oil, gas, and coal, and if we weren't riding high with it, we were riding low with it. There's other ways to go in the state, though. We are right on the cusp of some tech stuff, perhaps nuclear. I mean, Wyoming's got a bright future.
Exactly. And really, I think what we did here at this forum and that focus is that energy can be and will be an enormous part of our future as well. But we have this opportunity now, I think, to diversify the energy portfolio. So you mentioned nuclear. I think that's absolutely one of the opportunities that could be very powerful for Wyoming in terms of jobs, investments here. And so, what will we do if we're going to kind of build into that space? And then how do we use energy here? We export most of the power. We're the biggest energy exporting state in the country. So we have that opportunity to use more energy here, create low cost energy to attract businesses here like data centers, and have that growth where we add value. Instead of exporting natural gas, we convert natural gas into power and then turn the power into data and then export the data. That's a value chain increase that really means more prosperity for Wyoming.
Yeah, and for every, roughneck that Wyoming has, we've got super, super smart tech kids that can do. I mean, I want Wyoming to be known not as the place where, Wyoming's where we put the data centers that run AI. I want Wyoming to be like on the forefront of what AI is, what tech advancement are, whether it's digital currency or whatever the future is. We got smart people in this state. We should be on it.
We really do. And that was a great part of this forum too, is you've got the big energy companies who are there, and then you've got entrepreneurs who are are working and have launched and are having success with some tech companies. You know, if you go from Gannett Peak Tech that's in Cheyenne, Lunavi in Cheyenne, you know, that we've got tech companies here, and then we've got others growing. And then I love seeing some of these innovators who are supporting tech around energy. So there's an entrepreneur out of Laramie. He grew up in Shoshone, and his company, he makes drones to do inspections, and especially along energy corridors. So he can do pipelines, he can do power line inspections and other things like that. And, you know, here he is, he's a Shoshone kid, and he's going to add value and benefit to the energy sector and other sectors. But he's growing into what you're talking about, that tech, and it's actually tech meets manufacturing.
Yeah, speaking of that, we're talking to Renny, MacKay, Wyoming Business Alliance. Speaking of that, here's the kind of people that you're partnering with, that you're working with, that you're aware of. While we all slept soundly the other night, you're busy giving a shout out to X-Tech. Since 2019, X-Tech's brought together a tightly knit team dedicated to pushing the boundaries of pulsed plasma rock stimulation technology. And I don't even know what I just said, Renny. What?
Yeah. I mean, and that's, you know, so many great companies here who are doing that work that is going to add value and is using research and innovation, I think, to look at how we better use our resources here. That's a perfect example of it.
Yeah, and we have all these innovative minds, all these things going on. Somebody has to coordinate the efforts. After all, this is an alliance. So, yeah, that's why I love Wyoming Business Alliance. That's basically what you're doing, right? I mean, the theme of the Governor's Business Forum, the power of Wyoming Business Alliance.
Yeah, and that is it. Is for me, it's just such an honor to represent those businesses. Again, we're the private sector folks. We get confused for the Public Sector Business Council. They're a great ally too in helping businesses, but we represent our members and try to bring them together to make sure we advocate best for them. So, and one of the other big things that came out of the forum is we did establish our policy agenda for the next year. So again, trying to figure out, when we've got businesses and members from every sector, what do they need most to succeed and to grow in the coming years? So we're trying to really establish a policy agenda that helps them best.
Let's talk about those priorities, Renny. Workforce, business climate, energy, leadership, thriving communities. Let's start with thriving communities. I love the idea of, just going to one community. Thermopolis, what can we do to make you thrive in the business environment? What are some of the steps you're putting in place for thriving communities?
Right. Yeah. So when you talk thriving communities, you're talking So can you get to Thermopolis safely?
Yeah.
Is there access to broadband in Thermopolis? Is there healthcare and education so that your business can be there, right? You're trying to recruit workers. And so are there jobs for the spouse? Are there schools that the kids and families want to move to? Is there healthcare if you've got a young family, they want to have kids over the next few years? Is Thermopolis and the region well equipped to serve them? That's kind of the thriving communities part of it. And we certainly look too at the dynamics around the amenities, right? Okay, young workers really want to make sure that there's coffee shops, restaurants, some things like that. So, is the environment in that community such that you can get businesses growing that feed other businesses?
Yeah, and the game plan, all of it is dependent on workers. Workforce is so huge, Renny. I mean, we need to house them. We need to get them and keep them here. Workforce, huge. Where's some of the things you're implementing as far as policy for workforce?
Yeah, well, and there is so much overlap between workforce and thriving communities. So the big three policies that we're going to advocate over the next year related to thriving communities and workforce, one is housing. So we want to work on bringing down the regulations at the state level just to start with that increase costs for housing. So there's 3 bills that we're going to target this session in particular, but we'll always keep our eye out for others to help make sure that it's there aren't regulations driving up the cost of housing. We'll be working on that. We're going to be working on air service. And so, we're at risk of losing commercial air service in 4 to 5 communities in Wyoming if we don't fund the air service enhancement program again. The funding runs out in about 6 months, and we would lose commercial air service in 4 or 5 communities if we don't keep that funding there. And we all know how important commercial air service is for business, let alone for just our lives and having thriving communities. And then the other one there, I think that we'll be working on is trying to have liaisons between business and education, because we really think that if we can connect businesses more. I really appreciated that you're thinking about those great jobs that are in Wyoming, be it roughneck, construction, tech, all of it. You can have a great career, but we got to make sure the employers know how to connect to the educational system so they can hire our Wyoming kids if they're in high school or at a community college or at UW.
Yeah. Well, Wyoming, it's exciting. Wyoming's expanding business-wise into so many different sectors and in directions. But, hey, let's face it, Wyoming is an energy state and probably always will be. And talk about some of the stuff regarding energy leadership. You were touching it. Wyoming, we figure out ways to do mining, to do energy. When you're like a challenge creates like the next breakthrough. We got great minds that figure out ways to do things, and where business and innovation and tech meets energy, it's an exciting new time. What are policies in place for energy leadership?
Yeah. So on energy leadership, again, amazing, moment for Wyoming, in that we have always been, I think, really the fuel for the nation. And so that's not going to change. And I think we can even be more, playing a more important role as we look ahead too, because there's the demand for power, for a couple decades, the first couple decades of this millennium, the demand was pretty flat. And all of a sudden it's just gone up really fast. Yeah. And so we see more demand today than we've seen in the last 20 years. And we see the future where there's even more demand for power. So can we supply that, and how do you do it? So that we really want to advocate to expand energy production in Wyoming and to innovate and look at how we can add value to our energy. And so really, when you talk to folks in the energy sector, what they want right now is they think Wyoming's a great place to do business. They just want to make sure that we create certainty and we don't start adding regulation and we don't start adding taxes to make this a less attractive place to be. Because we are competing against as President Trump will say, we're competing right now globally.
Yeah.
With this moment. And we also then have Wyoming gets to compete with other states to try to attract innovation and investment.
That gets in a little bit to the business climate. So I imagine Wyoming Business Alliance, you and your folks are going to be up front and featured in the legislative session coming up this February, February 9? Is that when we kick it up?
Exactly.
Pretty soon.
Yeah, it kicks off on February 9th. So.
You're going to be bringing a pro-business agenda for the session. We're going to see you everywhere in Cheyenne. That's going to be an important time.
Exactly. I do really think we're at an inflection point, because if we throw roadblocks up right now, I think we're just not going to see investment here. There's incredible companies have always looked to Wyoming and they're looking here now. And so we just want to stay at the top of the list to be known as being a business friendly place. And we're seeing a few things that aren't as business friendly. We just lost one company, a nuclear company this year. There was a conversation last week with a legislative committee about they put a tax on nuclear power generation. No state in the country taxes nuclear power generation, but a legislative committee voted to do that last week. And we've just got to push back on those kind of ideas, because other states are throwing incentives at nuclear power, and we were going to add tax. That's not business friendly.
Right. Other states are using carrots. We got a stick out. Yeah, it doesn't seem to make the best of sense. This guy, Renny MacKay, president of the Wyoming Business Alliance, WBA, always writing for the brand. You better know it. Renny, thank you for spending time with us today.
Have a great day.
You too. All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after the
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the first. You're listening to the Cowboy State.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jackie Dorothy's popping in. Let me pop her in. We can discuss all things historical, maybe. Jackie.
Ooh, that always sounds good.
Yeah, right? That's always fun to look back, right? Yeah, better than forward. If I could look forward, I'd be in the stock market, but I can look back. I love looking back. Portuguese, John Phillips, you did go right about my guy, my man.
I did, thanks to you.
Oh, I love it. You know, okay, so let's tell you who this guy is. We were talking the other day about the historic day in history when John Phillips made his legendary ride, 236 miles. I didn't realize it was even a blizzard. I just thought the ride in length through hostile territory was hard enough, especially for just a volunteer citizen like I'll go. Yeah, have fun with that. 1866, Fort Phil Kearny to Laramie, been dubbed by some as the greatest ride in history, second only to the guy who told us the Redcoats were coming. What a story, Jackie.
It really is. And it was really pretty impressive. 237 miles, something like that, in a blizzard. And what was so cool is thanks to you, I went right to Shannon Smith, who's our Fetterman expert, and she said there's some facts that were actually wrong about this story.
Ooh.
And so she has been really doing a deep dive into his backstory and looking at first-person accounts and kind of taking what was myth and what was real. It's been fun.
Interesting. Now, I'm pretty sure I would have to go back and check because there was a time when I was eyeball deep in research about Crazy Woman Canyon up in that neck of the woods. and how it got its name. Most of the beliefs are false, as we find so often in history. We're like, no, it wasn't actually, with this. Probably had nothing to do with liver eating Johnson or all the stories. And I got real close to figuring out, and John Phillips was the guy I was starting to center in on, not necessarily the one who gave it that name, but he would know most because he did some Indian trading in that area. He was a big trader. So I would love to talk to Shannon and just see what she knows.
Well, what was so cool is that what it turns out is John Phillips, like so many of those trappers and mountain men, had an Indian wife.
Yes.
And so when he did the ride, he wasn't worried about attack because they knew who he was. It was also during a blizzard, and he knew that the Sioux, Arapaho, and Cheyenne were in their teepees taking care of their wounded. Because we did lose a lot of our tribal members during that battle as well. We just don't know the exact number. Maybe 60, maybe 90. We don't know.
Yeah, and by the way, the Dull Knife Battle took place this day in 1876. We're going to talk about that as well. It was rare for the fact that whites, that the U.S. cavalry attacked during bad weather, like below zero weather. And usually both sides, they're like, hey, it's 20 below. We're not going to fight today. But that Phillips is an interesting dude. And if anyone knew how it came to be Crazy Woman Canyon, he would know. He was right there at the perfect time. Everything points to him for me in my research. So I want to get with Shannon.
I got to tell you, Jake, it's one of those rare Arapaho words I have memorized. I took Arapaho for 4 years as my foreign language. And it's Hahaganet, and that's Crazy Woman.
Interesting.
So, yes. So that's what my son likes to call me once in a while. Cracks him up. He knows how to say it. So the fact that there's a Arapaho word for it, I think that might be another tantalizing clue for you.
That is super interesting. I did come across University of Wyoming has some original maps made by map makers of those days. Initially, I thought DeSmet, Father DeSmet, but that's too early. Later than him, after Bridger, one of Bridger's maps actually identified that creek, that canyon, and he did not call it Crazy Woman Canyon. It happened after he made his map. So it's just, figuring out exactly the time period and then who were the players in that area who would have carried on the name.
It does get addictive, doesn't it, Jake? Separating myth from truth. And that's what Shannon said. She would be curious to know what people's reaction's been. But it's actually been really positive. They're like, well, we knew that there was some myth that was surrounding it. And it is so neat that historians are going back and discovering the truth after all these years, 140 years.
So Old Portuguese did make this ride. Is that what we're 230? I mean, that's nothing to scoff at. My goodness. What a ride.
And his horse really did die because it was the same horse he used for those 2 days. And when he got into Fort Laramie, it collapsed.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a lot of truth to it. He was exhausted, but he wasn't alone. He had a companion on both legs of the ride. Except that he wasn't worried about Indian attack. I mean, that was one of the myths about it.
I didn't know that. Now I see why. He was able to navigate in that neighborhood, so to speak, through the wife. Interesting.
Yes. The other thing that was interesting is that Shannon points out during the Battle of Fetterman's fight, whatever you want to call it. I believe our tribal members even have a name for it. I can't think of it offhand.
It's probably We Win one.
It was like the Battle of the 100 Hands or something.
Yes, I've heard Battle of 100 something. Yeah.
Yes. And I should know it, but I don't off the top of my head. But anyway, she points out that there was a lot of traders and there was what they called, and she says, pardon her, but it was called the Squaw Village. And it was outside of the camp. And that was one of the things I want to learn more about because my own mini greats grandmother was born outside of one of these forts, I believe along we only know along the river. But there was whole Indian villages and trappers and everyone that surrounded these forts. There was other unflattering names, as she called it, sit around the fort Indians and everything. But there was this whole culture that we really don't have much information about and has relatively been ignored, kind of the everyday people, not the bigger than life, but just the ones making their lives.
And the reason we talk so much about this area of Wyoming, the so-called Bloody Bozeman Trail, 1860s through mid-70s, let's say, and Red Cloud's War. I mean, this was the last stand in many ways of tribal members who got pushed beyond, like, they were like pushed too far. They were run out of, Minnesota, Michigan, and finally they said, and rightly so, they're like, this area is beautiful. We can hunt. We can exist. We're not moving again. This is our last stand. Similar to hostilities with Comanche in Texas. These are the last places where you saw violence between U.S., European white U.S., and Native tribal members. It's a significant part of history. Huge.
It is. And it's one that I'm really invested in learning more about because my own family is related to Red Cloud, the Sioux, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho. When we looked at our own lineage, and it's like, I don't know their stories. We're even finding out we're descended from the mountain men. So these people all got along at one point or another. And it's like, let's look at the real stories and not just the fake narratives that both sides have put out.
Jackie Dorothy is with us, and when she's not with us, she's having coffee with some folks, networking, the coffee clatch. I thought that was Bill Sniffin's area of expertise, but Jackie's doing it too.
Oh, it's so much fun here in Thermopolis, and then finding out when you look at the comments, it's happening all over. There is a resurgence, and there is just this move in Wyoming for coffee groups where people are tired of social media. They're tired of talking through Zoom, and they want to talk in real life and real face-to-face. And I know the majority of them are retirees, but there's also groups. I just joined a book club, and and I'm the oldest one there. And so it's a lot of fun just actually interacting outside social media.
In a way, that's like what I like to think this show is a little bit. Just a coffee talk about today's events, today's news. What do you think of this? That's pretty much what goes on. Do you solve any world problems, or do you just talk about what things are wrong? How does it go usually?
It depends on which group you're part of. When you're at the table of knowledge and at the Storyteller, they're solving the problems of guns and how to best use them and what makes and models they like the best. If you're at the sewing group, they're not talking sewing. They're talking about what's going on in the community. It depends on which group you join and who you want to talk to.
Yeah, very cool.
My book club actually talks about the book. Incredible.
Well, our coffee clatch here in Tony Jackson Hole, Wyoming, we just talk about which platinum card you have and how many of them and, high finance things. We don't talk about other stuff. We got to branch out more, maybe. We're too fancy.
I better join that group. I think some financial advice is always good.
Oh, there's a hefty dues. You can't just walk in. This is Jackson. There is a fee associated with even sitting at the table. That's pretty neat, Jackie. What else you been doing? What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Oh my goodness, that's a good question. It snuck up on us, didn't it?
Yeah.
I want turkey. That's my big plan so far.
Yeah. I do the turkey. I love the turkey. We're going to have Jeff on Thursday, Thanksgiving. So you'll get to meet Jeff. He's a cool guy and have fun chatting with him.
That sounds good. I look forward to it. I'll miss you though, Jake.
Well, thank you. Have a great day.
You too. And happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Jackie Dorothy. You got to read that story about that piece of Wyoming history. I just happened to mention it because it was on this day in history just the other day when we talked about the great ride made by And, you know, it's so great. You think it's myth, right? It's legend bordering on myth. John Portuguese Phillips makes a 236-mile ride from Fort Phil Kearny to Laramie. He wants to spread the news that Fetterman's group got wiped out. Fetterman led his troops into an ambush, and a historian suggests there may be a significant reason why he was able to make the ride without encountering hostilities himself by Red Cloud's warriors. Turns out he was married to a tribal member. That might have helped. You know, when Red Cloud's braves surround you and you say, hey, wait a minute, don't you know who my wife is? Yeah, that might get you out of a pinch. Shannon Smith was able to share some inside info with Jackie Dorothy, and brought that ride to life. Greatest ride in American history, perhaps. And that guy, John Portuguese Phillips, I'm telling you, he somehow factors into the naming of Crazy Woman Canyon. It's a story that I'm not going to give up on. I had to suspend looking into it because my bandwidth, but it was starting to zero in on John Portuguese Phillips, who was a hunter, trapper, and Indian trader in that area. He got around all over that place, including Crazy Woman Canyon. Was it him who gave it that name? Yeah, could be. Thank you, Jackie, for popping on. We got a lot more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Special guests next hour. Mark Hines will be with us to talk all things wildlife. Cowboy Kevin Meyer and Douglas making horse sense of the world. And Jim Magagna with the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association is going to be on the show. So don't go anywhere. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. 3 hunters with bull elk tags are claiming that after they helicoptered into an isolated public land area in the Bighorn Mountains and killed bull elk, an adjacent landowner tried to swipe one of their trophy elk heads. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there was a confrontation between the hunters and the landowner.
So they went down and they confronted the guy and found out, at least this guy claimed that it was one of the adjacent landowners, one of the ranchers had come and was trying to steal this elk head. They're not really sure why, but he expressed to them that he didn't want them there. He didn't want them hunting there. They said, look, here's the maps. Here's where we are. This is public land. And so the guy relented and gave the elk head back.
The alleged incident is under investigation, so Wyoming Game and Fish can't comment on it. Sheridan Region spokeswoman Christina Schmidt stated in an email response to Cowboy State Daily. After truckers complained of illegal immigrant counterparts, Wyoming law enforcement, as well as ICE, conducted an operation last week, targeting truckers bypassing the port of entry near the Colorado border. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that authorities are saying that out of 205 contacts made, 40 truckers are being processed.
So Colorado has laws that limit the extent to which local law enforcement can work with ICE, whereas Wyoming has the opposite, a very ICE permissive environment and several sheriff's agents that actually have agreements with ICE. And so if you are trying to crack down on undocumented truckers, for example, that border between Wyoming and Colorado is probably a pretty right place to do it. And that's what they did.
Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak tells Cowboy State Daily that his office, ICE, and Wyoming Highway Patrol collaborated for 3 days in Laramie County, specifically targeting commercial drivers who use county roads to avoid the port of entry. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The weather is turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming ranchers say the closure of Tyson's Lexington, Nebraska plant is a distress signal for cattlemen and consumers. Cowboy State Daily's Renny reports that ranchers are saying that fixing things will require rewriting the Meat Inspection Act.
Right now, even though state inspections follow the same laws that federal inspections do, even though they have to meet the same kind of criteria, they have to make sure the meat is safe, right? Even though it's safe to eat in Wyoming when it's state inspected, as soon as it crosses the state line, it's illegal.
Tyson Foods announced that it's closing the Nebraska meat packing plant in January, and that is a big distress signal for the industry. So Wyoming cattle ranchers say it's a red flare for trouble ahead, not just for meat packers, but also for cattlemen. A 23-year-old Evanston man accused of fatally shooting his dad early Saturday morning wrote in a court form that he acted in self-defense. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland says that Ethan Groz says he didn't know who was breaking into his room and didn't mean to kill anyone.
He and his dad had been arguing that Friday that he told police dad had been drinking. And he also, in a court document, said, I didn't know who was trying to get into my room 4 a.m. after all of that. He's charged with second-degree murder, which is 20 years to life if you're convicted. But in Wyoming, he has a chance to launch, if he wishes, he has a chance to launch what's called a Johns hearing, where he can argue that he acted in self-defense.
According to the circuit court clerk, Groz appeared Monday morning in Evanston Circuit Court. His preliminary hearing, where he'll have the chance to argue the state's assertion of probable cause, is set for December 1st. Trump and congressional allies like Representative Harry Hageman of Wyoming are undoing Biden-era land and leasing rules to expand coal, oil, and gas in Wyoming's Powder River Basin. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this is uncharted territory, and many questions from opponents are being asked.
The sources I spoke to said we haven't been here before. Congress has not gotten this involved in an approved and moving forward resource management plan. What happens next? Is there a new process? There's a lot of questions from those watching this space and the coal industry and how public lands are managed.
Opponents say that undoing these regulations gut environmental regulations and could leave taxpayers on the hook for huge cleanup costs. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Happy Tuesday to you. Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Time to put the turkey in the oven. I put that turkey in first thing Thursday morning. As Piper suggested yesterday, we go low and slow with the bird all day. And the whole house smells like turkey. Yeah, I started out at like 222 because I like to do the same number. When I press the numbers on the oven, I do 222 degrees. That's just to like accelerate the thaw, because a lot of times I put the half frozen bird in there and I start real low and then I jack it up to 300, 325, 350, puts the brown on top, and bam, turkey time. Listen to me giving cooking advice. Let's see what kind of cooking advice we get from Mark Hines. He'll tell you how to cook that elk maybe You gonna do? Did I ask you this? If you're doing turkey for Thanksgiving, what do you do?
As far as I know,
yeah,
I think we're going over to my daughter's house. I don't know what she had planned.
Okay.
As far as I know, we're doing. I've never cooked a turkey. I've cooked a couple geese, but never a turkey.
Yeah. Have you ever? Do you fry them or you put them in the oven? The geese.
Yeah. I always just oven roasted ducks and geese.
I'm scared to fry them. I've seen the videos, and then I've actually seen a friend in his garage do the exact thing the videos do, like a fire.
Oh, blow up on him?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little spooky, isn't it?
Thanksgiving can be dangererous. Are you going to get the adult table or the kids table at your daughter's
I don't
place?
know. I'll probably sit at the kids table.
Yeah.
That sounds like more fun.
Yeah. It sounds like where I would put Mark on the guest list, like Mark Hines. Oh, yeah, kids table.
Yeah, put him at the kids table. Yeah.
He has to eat off his lap in front of the TV watching football in the living room. Mark, I'm surprised that nobody's come up with this idea before, or maybe they have, but we talk about corner crossing in order to access public land that's kind of landlocked between around private. But what if there is no way in, no legal way into public land? Helicoptering in. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's been done a time or two. I mean, I think it's, how many people who either own a helicopter or can afford to, to hire one.
True
I mean,
enough.
this is 5 guys pitching in together. So, but
yes, I was. And here's how the math got us here. This story from Mark Hines, big. I think it's the big story of the day. Is these hunters, Andrew McKean, an outdoor writer. This is a guy who lives by the fact that he does hunting correctly. Like, it's important to him. That's his livelihood. He's from Montana. And I think he wrote his hunt up in Outdoor Life.
He did.
And so, well, I don't know if his intent was to write up the perfect hunt, which he says he had, or his intent was to highlight where the perfect hunt could have went real bad. Like, it got weird. It got hinky real fast. It's so odd that somebody was trying to reverse poach one of his elk. He and his crew knocked down 3 bull. And somebody was taking the head, dragging the head away.
Somebody was trying to. That's what they say. They say they caught someone. Trying to pack off one of their elk heads in there. And the claim is that it was one of the adjacent landowners who apparently resented them being there. But
yeah, and I could see that landowner, private landowners, big ranchers. They, as we see the one down there in the southeast part of the state, pursuing his case right up to the
all the way to the Supreme Court.
Just wouldn't quit. I could see where you feel, even though it isn't technically trespassing, you feel like you've been trespassed on, and I could see you taking some exception. Especially when some of these ranches, I think you point out in your story, here's why the math started mathing. These private landowners, some of them offer a pass-through for a certain dollar price, right?
Well, a guided hunt, a guided hunt through the private land and then onto that public land where, this guy said there was a bunch of elk back there, but it runs into the thousands of dollars. Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
he's, you got opportunity to hunt public land, to access it via this private, and the price tag, we're talking 5 figures. And pretty soon, this guy does the math. He's like, I could hire a helicopter for that amount. And Andrew McKean did just that. Now, the confrontation with this supposed nearby landowner, it didn't go bad. It could have gone bad. You're talking about like people that are armed. But it was weird, and we got the video and the whole stories in Outdoor Life and in Cowboy State Daily. Mark Hines has it.
Yeah, it's good. Definitely an interesting stories. And I think we noted in our story that they're not the first people to use a chopper. There was a guy, you were just talking about the case in Carbon County that went all the way to the Supreme Court. There was a guy before that really got heated up. There was a pilot down in Colorado. Him and his wife flew into that the public land behind that ranch. They did the same thing. They flew in with a helicopter, but it was theirs because that dude's a pilot.
Yeah.
And so just they're just like, let's go hunting. Okay. And they jumped on their helicopter and went hunting, but not very many of us have that option.
Normally when we say, come on, let's go, you hunting buddies, you run out and jump on the four-wheeler.
Yeah.
Some folks run to the helicopter pad. Must be nice.
Yeah.
But they do. I mean, that's the way they do it in Alaska. That's the only way you can get there. Montana, you point out. I've never heard of it in Wyoming, though. I've never heard anybody helicoptering into a hunt.
It happens once in a while, but yeah, like I said, it's not really, helicopters aren't cheap to run, I gather.
Yeah. So now if it turned out this hunter was on private land and he got his GPS crossed up, he could be facing, some
trespass.
Serious. Yeah. And, you can imagine the rancher would turn him into game and fish and he could get in trouble. Vice versa. Now, is Andrew McKean looking to get this rancher?
All game and fish is saying is that they're investigating it. That, they could. They could look into it and decide there was no wrongdoing on anybody's part, or they could end up charging one of the, or citing one or the other of the parties. So, that's up to them. They're the investigating agency.
Yeah. Attempted theft of a elk head or something.
Possibly hunter harassment.
Yeah.
Hunter harassment. I know Wyoming has a hunter harassment law. So we'll see. We'll just have to watch the courts. Like I said, nothing could come out of it. Something could come out of it. But that's up to Joe Pickett now to decide.
That's right.
Who, if anyone, is going to get cited in this matter.
Poor Joe Pickett, the things he's got to deal with. You mentioned hunter harassment, Mark. That is a thing where, if let's say a well-meaning animal activist saw you throwing on the stalk on something, he can't fire off fireworks and bells and whistles to get that scare the animal away. That's not good.
No, that's yeah. There's I don't know if we have much of a problem here. I know in some of the eastern states they've had problems with that, and then in Europe they have people who deliberately disrupt hunts, but that's not a thing here yet. So
yeah, all right.
But there is a law in the books that forbids it. So
let's go to British Columbia, Canada, where the common theme between Wyoming and Canada is the grizzly bear, and this one makes no sense. Bear experts baffled over this grizzly bear attack on a group of picnickers, kids. And kids maybe react in a way that triggers something from Grizz. I don't know, but what happened, Mark?
Yeah, it's all speculation. I mean, they're still under investigation. They don't know, but they think that might, a bunch of, if the kids panicked and started running and screaming in all directions, that might have set the thing off. But yeah, just usually for a grizzly to go for a whole group of people is extremely unusual.
Yeah, and some of these kids were hurt.
Yeah. A couple of people are at least yesterday, they were in critical condition in the hospital. So, hope everything turns out okay for those folks.
Man.
But yeah, and they were little kids. They were 4th and 5th graders.
Yeah. It's kind of late in the season, but the weather's been holding up so good.
Yeah,
the Bears are. I don't know.
And it's a low altitude coastal area.
Okay.
And the salmon run is going on, so that's why the bears are still out and active.
Yeah.
In that part of the world is they're still doing the salmon run, and so
yeah.
But it'd be interesting to see what they, if as they unravel this, what happened. Figure out. But yeah, you're right. It's just it's practically unheard of for a group of 20 people to be attacked by a grizzly. So.
Two more things, Mark. Let's talk about these pretty cagey wolves, wily wolves, smart wolves. Are they using tools necessarily, or have they just figured something out?
The experts I talked to, that video's been out. There was an article in Science, the Science publication, and in the video, oh look, a wolf was using a tool, and the guys I talked to, they were like, that's pretty cool, but I don't think I'd call that tool use. It's more just the wolf figured out how to. What the wolf did is she retrieved they think it was a female, and she retrieved the buoy that the rope was attached to and dragged that to shore, and then that got the rope to shore, and then she just pulled on the rope and got the bait. But there was probably some scent involved in the, just it's more putting two to two together. It's not like she was really using a tool. At least that's what these guys are saying. But
yeah,
but some researchers are claiming, look, they're using tools. So I guess it depends on how you look at it.
I mean, it's smart learned behavior.
Oh, yeah.
Tool would be if the wolf actually cast the cab trap out there. Like he might have saw it happen one. Mice saw a human reel it in. He's like,
They could have sat back and watched what the people were doing and put two and two together that way. I mean, if you've been around your dog, sometimes they figure things out.
Yeah, if you were that crabber, you can only be thankful a wolf was watching you while you were doing that, probably sizing you up like, that guy looks delicious. And then he saw the seafood come in. He's like, nope, even better, crab. Yeah, interesting. All right, your story regarding this story just fits. Dovetails in with everything we're seeing with these meat processing plants, these meat packers. Tyson just shut down a huge facility in Nebraska. There's not enough meat packers. That's why the price of beef's going up and up and up. And also it's the case for even hunters. Where do you get your deer processed? They're closing up.
It's a little bit of a different dynamic. I mean, the folks I talked to said that the problem with it is getting employees on board because it's seasonal.
Okay.
It's kind of a once a year thing. It's not a year round. It's just like a big rush, during the fall.
Yeah.
And, so, how do you make that work as a standalone business? Well, it's kind of difficult, so, but that's the main reason is, it's tough to keep a staff on board. How many people are willing to just come work for you for 2 or 3 months?
Yeah.
No, the ones that are doing it are busy, man. The ones that are doing it have hundreds upon hundreds of animals coming through the door every day, so they're hopping this time of year.
Yeah, and there's a few, like wherever you live, there's always that one that has the great reputation, and man, you better stand in line because
exactly.
It takes a little bit.
Yeah, most people still do it themselves. I mean, I've always when I was in college, I had to do a processor a couple times because I just I couldn't be cutting up quarters in my dorm room, but no, for the most part, I've done it myself. I'm sure you butchered plenty of animals too.
I've processed.
It's arduous, but it's got to be done.
I sent it to the process. Yeah, it's too much.
Oh, really? Yeah. No.
Hey, are you we're gonna have Jeff on do the show Thanksgiving. You want to chat with him, or what are you doing? You're gonna be at your daughter's house.
Hey, hanging out with my family.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Enjoy the turkey.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, buddy.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll get a quick commercial break in here. Come right back with Cowboy Kevin Meyer right after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And we got to move to Kevin Meyer next. Let's do that. I'm clicking all the wrong buttons today, Kevin. I don't know why.
Just luck, I guess, huh, buddy?
Just the luck of the... Yeah, I'm like... I know what buttons to push, but my brain is not pushing those buttons. I'm just pushing buttons at random. Whatever looks colorful and like, yeah, let's push that one. Let's push this one. See what happens. I'm like, I'm push another button, take you right off. There, you're gone. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy.
Yeah,
you
right.
Want to help with that?
Yeah, never mind. No advice from Kevin. All right, I sent you some ideas that we should chat about, including the dude that's building tougher cows. I love that. That's so Wyoming. You know, our cows can take your cows. We can say that to Montana, Texas, anybody. Our cows are tougher than your cows. Yeah, there's some sense there. Obviously, we've seen ranchers prefer certain breeds. You know, the Angus is tough as all get out. They're not bothered by winter. And certainly you're within a breed. You're trying to build a cow that can withstand a Boulder, Wyoming winter.
Yeah, and you're going to actually be surprised at this. This is actually one guy that I do not know personally.
Wow. We have finally reached the limit of your... Yeah, you know everyone. So you don't know
However,
this? Yeah.
However, I have known him by reputation for a long, long time because a lot of the ranches that I worked for have utilized his genetics because he's been at this for a long, long time and he's done a great job of building a better cow and building his brand.
Interesting. All right, let me find the story we're talking about. Now I've lost it. Yeah, Wyoming rancher. It's a Renee Jean story. Wyoming rancher uses extreme weather to redefine cattle genetics. He's growing super cows. Lucky 7 rancher Jim Jensen. Jensen's in that Boulder area where they get like winter all year long. And how do the cows? He wants cows to get through it. You know, it's just it's animal husbandry. I mean, if he's got one tough cow that makes it through winters consistently, he's going to breed that with another tough bull that can make it through. And he learned the hard way. It was so cool to learn how he got started as practically a kid. He and his dad went in on a bull that crapped out because that bull was not ready for a Wyoming winter. It's very interesting.
Well, and it's not just the harshness of the winter, which Boulder absolutely is the Arctic of Wyoming for sure, but it's also the elevation, and that's really where the Lucky 7 brand of cattle has become super popular, is for anybody that is ranching at elevation, anything above 6,000, 6,500 feet, because cattle are very... they get a disease we call brisket is kind of the common name for it. And what it is it's fluid gathers around their heart, because if you bring cattle, like I used to run a lot of southern cattle in the summer on grass, and you'd bring yearlings up from Texas because they're out of the heat, and they're really good about not being bothered by bugs, and they get up on this good hard northern range grass and they just put on the pounds. But I was ranching up around 7,000 feet myself, and every year I'd get a couple that they just couldn't handle the elevation, and their brisket would swell. They would start getting fluid in their chest cavity, and if you didn't get them off that elevation and get them down below 4,000 feet as quickly as possible, they only lasted a couple days.
Oh my, interesting. I've seen that actually work humans as well. They get high altitude sickness. They cannot deal with elevation. And as soon as you get blood, and it's so fast that it happens, like you start feeling not good, and then you feel better if you just get down 3,000 feet. So humans and cows, the one positive getting above 7,000 is you no more snakes. You don't have to worry about that as a rancher, but you have to worry about brisket.
Yeah, and the other great thing that he is doing now is he's really controlling the efficiency of his cattle. How much do we have to feed them? How much can they make a living on their own? Now, there's a lot of ranches in Wyoming out here on the eastern plains that they can graze their cattle for most of the winter, and they only have to give them supplemental feed very seldom. Whereas in Boulder, you're feeding hay every day because there's too much snow, you don't have any grazing. And invariably what happens is you roll out a bunch of hay and they lay on half of it and they waste a good deal of it. So he has really been breeding these cattle that every pound of hay that goes in that cow, he's getting the utmost return on. And they're utilizing that feed more efficiently. And in the ranching business, it's really all about controlling your input costs. And no one really ever thinks about the efficiency of that input cost. We think about it as how much mileage do we get out of our pickup, but how much mileage are we getting out of a pound of hay?
Well, somebody who's thought about it is James Jensen, the genius of Jensen and the Lucky 7 Angus Ranch. Ranching at elevation in one of the colder climates of Wyoming. One last thing on that, Kevin, you mentioned like wintering cows in Wyoming, and certainly there's places where they just can't get at feed because of the snow. But even if they can, what's the nutritional level on that grass in January?
Well, here we live in what we really call the hard grass country, and once that grass is cured, it doesn't really lose that much of its nutrients, but you will have to supplement with some mineral. The problem is the palatability of said grass. You know, cows are not going to want to be eating on what's basically a bunch of toothpicks.
Yeah.
You know, they want the softer, greener hay that got put up that summer.
Yeah, I could see that. Me too. I guess I'm more like a cow than I thought. I like to think I'm more like the smart wolves that have figured out how to pull in the crab trap. We were just talking about that with Mark Hines. And, you know, some say it's a case of wolves learning to use tools, whatever you want to call it. It's a case of wolves are smart. We know that. Dogs are smart. They do smart stuff.
Yeah, this seems to me more of a Pavlovian response. At some point, you know, who knows? I mean, you've seen videos of wolves playing just like the pack of wolves running around playing just like a bunch of dogs do. Well, they see a rope somewhere and they get to pulling on it just like your border collie does.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, they pulled on this rope and there was a reward at the end of it. So
yeah.
It doesn't take them very long to figure out, oh, if I pull on a rope, there's going to be food at the end of that rope if it's in the water. So I'm not so sure it's so much about using tools. I remember one time I had read a story and I thought it was a good idea. So I took a little piece of leather and put a little cowbell on the end of it and I hung it on my doorknob. And every time I took my puppy out to go to the bathroom, I would ring that bell, and sure as heck, in a day or two, that dog figured out if I ring that bell, he'll let me out. And so I about threw my shoulder out of joint, patting myself on the back for how clever I was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as that dog got older, it figured out, well, if I ring the bell, I can go outside and I can do whatever I want. It no longer had anything to do with a potty break. It had to do with, I guess if I go out by myself, I can go down to the cow pen and chase cows all I want.
Yeah, attention seeking. I need this. I want that. I'm bored. Yeah, that bell was ringing all the time, Kevin. Good idea. You had a good idea. You hatched a good idea in the beginning, but then the dog outsmarted you. Dogs are smart. Even the dumbest dog, maybe 2 times it takes to pull in a crab trap saying, well, what happens if I tug on this? But the smart ones, 1 time of doing that, and you're like, reward Pavlov's dog. Smart. You got to read that story. Researchers say wolves are smart enough to use tools. Well, they're smart enough to figure stuff out. What's the smartest thing I was going to say a wolf, but it's not like you and I are observing wolves 24/7. What is like one of the smarter things you've seen an animal do and learn? Because after all, you think about animals, especially wild animals, they have nothing but time on their hands. Your horse is going to figure out how to get out of the most intricate gate latches because that's all that horse is doing 24/7. What happens if I nose this?
Now, this is going to be a connection and a blast from the past, Jake. And I can't remember the horse's name, but it was the first big sorrel horse that was up there at Brooks Lake Lodge. And I believe that you were dating a young lady at the time that was working there, and she was riding that horse. Well, when I had worked at Brooks Lake Lodge, I was having a horrible time because every morning there were horses out. And so I was trying to figure out how in the heck these horses were getting out. And so one evening, just by chance, I was sitting around watching, and that sorrel horse, he would go open the gate, and then he would chase a few horses out, and then he would hook his chin on that gate and pull it closed. He couldn't get the latch closed again. He figured out how to open the latch, and then he would chase other horses out, and he would stay in.
He was hiding evidence of his wrongdoing and throwing the blame on other horses. That is high-level shiftery.
Yes,
Son of a gun.
You know, he was the kid in school that would shoot the spitball at the teacher and then put the straw on your desk.
Well, let's not put all the blame on this horse, because having known the wrangler that rode it, I'm wondering how much he learned from her. Yeah. For bad behavior. All right, let's one last story I wanted to hit on. Oh, yeah. On a real worrisome note, we've seen these kind of a disease pop up now and then, and when it does, the only solution is stop trailering horses anywhere, everywhere. It's bad, man. The herpes virus is making the rounds, and we're seeing high school rodeos get canceled. Possible implications for the Wrangler National Finals rodeo. There's disease rolling through the equine world.
So, yes, EHV, equine herpes virus, it is a devastating virus to the horse industry. And, of course, it's real easy because they can trace it back to the show. It was at the World Barrel Racing Championships in Waco, November 5th through the 9th. And they can trace it back there. Now, it's real easy for people to say, well, they should have vaccinated their horses. Well, it's a very slim chance that these horses were not vaccinated. What has probably happened, and maybe I've got my tinfoil hat on, I think this virus has probably adapted and has become vaccine resistant because everybody vaccinates their horses for EHV. It's the rhino. When you go get your vaccinations, it's the one called rhino and flu rhino. So this has already cost the horse industry at large millions of dollars. The National Reining Horse Association Futurity has been postponed to try to get through a couple-week quarantine. And this has financial impact far beyond just the horse shows. These were people that they had reserved hotel rooms. They're going to spend a lot of fuel. They're going to eat a lot of meals. The Wrangler National Finals Rodeo hopefully will be able to go off without a hitch because they'll be outside that quarantine. But think about this. If somebody had already gotten down to Oklahoma City for that futurity, they can't leave. They have to stay there with their horse and keep that horse quarantined. And if you look on social media right now, every horse trainer I know and a lot that I don't know are putting up posts, and we are no different. We're not taking any horses off of our place. We're not bringing any in. Yep. We have a horse that is going to get, we sold a horse that's supposed to get delivered. I'm going to take that horse, meet the lady in town. We're not going to have any contact with her. I'm going to put a long lead rope on her and toss it at her and say, thank you very much, because it is devastating, not just because it can kill horses. It can make mares abort. And if you are a breeding facility that has some really high dollar babies inside those mares, you can't take a chance.
Devastating illness, particularly in that it shows so long to manifest symptoms. I mean, 8, 10, 14 days, you may not know that your horse has this. So in that amount of time, if your horse is contacting other horses, that's not good. Facilities like Mans Creek Horses, where Kevin Meyer is, at this point, everybody's the same. We don't want to see any new horses, and we're not shipping anything out. Every horse trailer is parked right now in Wyoming, I would imagine.
And a lot of them are also getting disinfected. Because this is a virus that will hang around. It doesn't get killed very easily by sunlight. It can pass, you go pet, you don't even have to pet it. You just can be near it and say it sneezes. It gets on your shirt, and then you run home and go pet your horse. Well, you've just exposed your horse to this virus.
Wow. Yeah, it is devastating impacts. Hopefully we get a new batch of vaccine or something that works better, because it does sound like the virus has figured out a way to work around. That's what viruses do all day. Well, your horse figures out ways to get out of the pen. You and I.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, my friend.
Yeah, buddy. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Enjoy whatever you do. Turkey, what do you do?
Ribeye steaks.
Oh, dude, that is so cowboy. Ribeye. It's just like, so another regular Thursday at Kevin Meyer's place.
Exactly.
All right, man. Have a great Thanksgiving.
See ya.
Cowboy State Daily, Kevin Meyer joining us. Let's take a break. We'll come right back with more after these.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
More and more, we're going to see this in the future. The future is now. It's happening now. I thought this would be happening years from now. I thought this is something our kids would have to worry about, the next generation, but it's happening now. The ability to distinguish between what is real, meaning what is human, and what is artificial, meaning like robots, AI. You know, the number one Christian singer right now in the world, number one Christian musician singer is Solomon Ray. You know Solomon. No, you don't. Nobody does, unless you're a circuit board. Solomon Ray is not real. He's topping the charts. He is the top artist right now in the iTunes Top 100 Christian Gospel Albums last week. Everybody talking about his music, only he is not real. Solomon Ray was entirely created by artificial intelligence. That includes his voice. It's not a sample of any human. It is computer generated. It is all zeros and ones. It's databytes. His performance style, lyrics, and persona. In other words, a computer was told, create Solomon Ray from scratch and make him a Christian singer. And you have carte blanche, Mr. Computer, on how you want to make him look, how you want to make him sound, what his lyrics are going to be, and what the music sounds like. And everybody listening to his album right now, A Soulful Christmas, with songs like Soul to the World and Jingle Bell Soul, and none of it is real. Well, it's as real as you need it to be. People are downloading the music, spending money on it, and somebody's making money, but it's not Solomon Ray, because Solomon Ray ain't nobody. That's crazy. And we told you the other day about one of the top country artists right now, new and emerging country artist who is not real, who is also artificially intelligent. It's scary stuff. Let's go to the Zoom room, the corral. We'll get Jim in here. Jim is real, I'm pretty sure. Jim Magagna. He is not artificially intelligent, but he is intelligent, right, Jim?
Well, I won't argue about not being artificially intelligent. I'll leave it to others to judge whether I'm intelligent.
All right. We have been talking kind of all morning and really all week and the week before that about, cattle, about the beef industry, and all kinds of different topics. It seems like it's in the headlines all the time, whether it's the New World screwworm, whether it's President Trump letting more cattle in from Argentina. There's just tons to talk about. Jim Magagna, by the way, what is your official title? President, CEO? What are you?
Executive Vice President, and if in effect CEO of the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association.
Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. We just had on Russell Nemetz of the Western Ag Network. We were talking about, let's start with, I guess, the closure. What do you think about the fact that, one of the reasons perhaps for our prices of beef going up and up and up for the consumer, steaks, your hamburgers, and, ranchers are enjoying good sale prices. But a lot of it is these meat packers are killing it right now. There just aren't enough of them. There's big four, and one of them, Tyson, has just decided they're out of the game.
Well, that comes as a shock, certainly. And, we're used to a scenario where, because there was an abundance of cattle, of beef production in the United States, the packers could kind of set their terms and conditions. And not to say that they've always done things that were harmful to us, but they controlled the markets to a high degree. Today, due to the shortage of cattle production, driven primarily, I believe, by drought conditions through the Midwest and much of the West, why our supply is at a 75-year low of numbers of cattle. Our beef production is actually somewhat higher because we have larger cattle today than we did 75 years ago. But nevertheless, they're struggling to keep their supply fully up. I think they may have also been impacted somewhat by some of the Trump administration actions on deportation, because a lot of the employees in those plants might have been not American citizens, at least. And so there are factors there. But it's interesting, really, because in our industry, we have tended to be critical of the so-called Big Four, the Big Four meat processors. And now that one of them is getting out of the business, we're concerned that they're leaving, and we're not celebrating that, because certainly in the short term, it's going to have impacts as not because we're going to be short of processing capacity necessarily, but because of needing to move cattle as appropriate to different facilities than we had originally anticipated, and some added costs associated with that. Personally, I don't see it as dramatically impacting the price that our producers are receiving for their live cattle, but it's going to have some impact. There's no question about that. I think that supply and demand is still the primary driver, and demand is very high with the American consumer. We're thankful to the consumers for that, and supply is very low at this point in time.
Now, you mentioned about the historic low we're at as far as how many cattle. Not since 1951 have we been this low in a head count. Why is that, Jim? Our less and less, it could have to do with demographics. Some ranchers are aging out, selling out. Some finding it hard to get into the business, and certainly the land. Where do you put your cows? Land around us is escalating in price. Why is it we don't have as many cows on the ground as we did in the 50s?
Well, I think you've just covered a number of those topics right there. Certainly, we've adopted some more sophisticated grazing systems for our use of our lands, both private lands and public lands. Those have often involved running fewer livestock and using the land in a little different manner than we had done historically, when it was a little more of an open free-for-all. That is certainly a factor. As I mentioned earlier, we're raising larger animals today, so that means more forage per animal, and it means fewer animals out there. And there certainly are some advantages to that help our industry. As the other factor, the aging of ranchers, and unfortunately, a lot of the land that's historically been strictly used for grazing is now either being subdivided in some places, not too extensively in Wyoming, but some of that here, more in other places, or being acquired by larger landowners whose objective isn't to necessarily maximize the pounds of beef that they can produce off of that land. So all of those factors are contributing into it. I would say it's certainly not our goal to get back to the numbers of 1950. But it is our goal, and I'm optimistic that as drought conditions change over time, and markets stay high, that's the other factor, just the economics, that we will return to a more sustainable but higher level of production than we have today. One of the anomalies is that today's record prices we're seeing in 2025 are an incentive to have a positive outlook for my future in the industry, whoever that producer may be, but it's also an incentive to not retain those heifers, but to sell them this fall because they're worth so much money. So, and the economic factor works both ways, and we're probably a few years away from starting to truly rebuild the herd.
Yeah, and the good news is the more you're paying for your steak and your hamburger today, some of that money is going into the pocket of the rancher. That's always good news. Some of it's going to the feedlots and the packers. We're spreading the wealth. It hurts at the restaurant, but it's good news for the industry. And I do like that. What about regulation, government regulation? What do you know about this, the Direct Act, the ability maybe to kind of streamline a process, take away some of the government red tape and bureaucracy, and allow cattle ranchers to sell direct to consumer, maybe online, just to peel away some of the government hurdles?
Well, that in many areas that affect our industry, red tape and government hurdles have been a huge obstacle, certainly in terms of utilization of public lands, federal lands for grazing, the obstacles there with increased regulation all the time, some of the impacts of laws like National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, those have all been there. We're starting to see some interest in getting some relief from those things. That's important. Then over on the production side, as you've already mentioned, just the ability to more freely market our product and identify our product. We have tried for many years to get the authority to ship state-inspected meat in interstate commerce, at least through online sales, if not more, because our state inspectors are required to meet every federal standard that exists. It's an equal to program, and so there's no reason why product inspected by state inspectors should be treated any differently than that's inspected by international or by federal inspectors. Another factor I think is going to be helpful to us. It's been true for many, many years that the label product of the U.S. on beef was authorized and used by the Department of Agriculture on any product that had any treatment basically given to it in the United States. So a quarter of beef could be imported from a foreign country. It could be cut up and repackaged here for the retailer, and a label was immediately put on it, product of the U.S. That's clearly not favorable to our industry and frankly deceiving to the consumer. We've now been successful in moving in a direction. The new law will take effect on January 1st of 2026, that label will become a voluntary label and it will only be authorized to be used on product that was born, raised, and processed in the United States. So if consumers truly want U.S. product, which is of superior quality, and they're willing to pay whatever premium may be associated with that, then they'll be able to find that label on the product that they're seeking.
Yeah, I think the demand is there, and that was misleading the way it worked prior. I'm glad about the change. We're talking to Jim Magagna. He's Executive Vice President of Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. Been there, took over the reins in the late 90s, so you've been doing that a while. Let's talk about the upcoming Stockgrowers Association Convention and Trade Show. The theme this year, enabling technology in ranching. We're going to put ear tags, the high-tech ear tags on all the cows. I don't know. It'll be fun. It's December 8, 9, and 10. Tell me about it, Jim.
Well, that's our annual winter roundup and been going on for years. And to begin, I can't hesitate but mention that Wyoming Stockgrowers was started in 1872. We're the oldest trade association in the state of Wyoming and have continued ever since that time. And we're looking forward to the upcoming roundup in Casper this year. We have made the theme of it to be enabling technology, and we'll be looking at a number of things. Certainly electronic ear tags, not in the context that they've gotten a lot of publicity about being a requirement of USDA, but rather in the context of the knowledge that they can contribute to a producer on that animal and the animal's behavior and where it's going and things like that. So that's one. We'll also be focusing on the use of the collars that enable you to control where your animals are, which is another really important tool that we're starting to see wider use of in Wyoming. It's still rather minimal, but it's amazing what that can do. I've traveled with producers from other states, being as far away as Washington, D.C. They pull out their cell phone. They look at where all of their cattle are within a parameter that they've defined on the cell phone. If 2 or 3 of them have wandered off, they show in a different color, so they know they need to be concerned that what's happened with those. And it's another bit of certainly important technology that's coming along.
Yeah, Jim, if you hire a cowboy today to go ride fence, he doesn't saddle up. He sits down in front of a screen on his computer desk. That's how the virtual invisible fence line. It's just incredible technology.
It is, although I will be honest, I don't think the cowboy's going to go away. There will still be a need for those cowboys, but I have seen videos where they take a group of cattle of 800 head of cattle in a huge pasture, move them into a smaller pasture, and then into a corral entirely using their cell phones.
Wow.
So it is amazing what can be done, and it's not at any risk to the cattle. They get a buzz that motivates them to stay within a parameter, and if they don't obey it, they get a very minor shock that serves that purpose, but it's extremely effective. Some of the newer ones now have solar panels on them, so they're not dependent on batteries or anything in order to maintain their usefulness. There's just a lot there. Then we have tools for controlling water. Water is so critical, and if you've got 10 wells out there and you have to travel to every one every day to see if it's got water in it or not, that's an expense and a burden. If you can watch all that on your cell phone, that's an important one.
Yes.
And tools that you can... Excuse me, go ahead.
So, yeah, we talked to the guy behind that tech, that Australian company. There's exciting things on that front. Time is running out, Jim. I want you to tell me if there's still time to get in on the Winter Roundup scholarships. I think the deadline's the end of the month.
The scholarships are for university students or Wyoming Community College students who are studying in agriculture. We have 4 of those scholarships that will pay for their registration for the convention. They would still be responsible for any room charges if they need to get facilities, but those are still available. I believe some of them at least, and anytime through the end of this month and maybe stretch it over a day or two is time that people can apply for those. And as far as the convention itself, our pre-registration at a reduced rate is open through the end of this week. And then certainly we welcome people showing up and registering at the convention, either for the full event or on a daily basis.
It's the Winter Roundup Wyoming Stockgrowers Association Convention and Trade Show coming up, Casper, December 8, 9, 10. Find out more. Find them on the interwebs. Jim Magagna, Executive Vice President, joins us this morning. And remember, this outfit's the oldest. I mean, shaping and living the code of the West since 1872, since the first cow walked into state property and was probably rustled the next day. But yeah, they've been doing it a long time. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, and we don't want to ever see the day that it's the last cow leaving the state of Wyoming.
No, sir, not at all. Remember, this Thanksgiving, no turkey, red meat. We're going to do prime rib. Thanks, buddy. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Cowboy State Daily. We got to break out of here for news. Top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that. Thanks for making us a part of your Tuesday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Trump and his congressional allies, like Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman, are undoing Biden-era land and leasing rules to expand coal, oil, and gas in Wyoming's Powder River Basin. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this is uncharted territory, and many questions from opponents are being asked.
The sources I spoke to said we haven't been here before. Congress has not gotten this involved in an approved and moving forward resource management plan. What happens next? Is there a new process? There's a lot of questions from those watching this space and the coal industry and how public lands are managed.
Opponents say that undoing these regulations gut environmental regulations and could leave taxpayers on the hook for huge cleanup costs. Survival of the fittest produces resilient genetics in nature. We know that. But as Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports, Lucky 7 rancher Jim Jensen says he's using the extreme conditions on his Boulder, Wyoming ranch to grow super cows.
8 months out of the year, there are freezing temperatures at night, at least, if not during the day. And so you got a 4-month period there where things are golden and there's no freezing temperatures. It's a challenging environment. Having a little bit harder ability to survive translates everywhere else as better economics for the cattle ranchers. That's another way that maybe some of these high prices can be solved if you have better genetics.
Jensen is a fifth-generation rancher, and his family's been raising cattle in Boulder since 1895. They know a thing or two about the area, and they actually believe it's earned its stripes when it comes to harsh conditions, particularly in winter. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Leaders in Campbell County and Gillette are at odds about BWXT's plan to bring high-tech nuclear fuels manufacturing to town. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Governor Mark Gordon, though, is considering a $100 million state grant for the project.
The mayor of Gillette told me outside of oil and gas and coal, this $100 million would represent, one of the largest, if not the largest single investment in something other than fossil fuels. I guess when it combines, it's perhaps over $500 million. Really, when you talk about what the company's putting in, all for 200 jobs, all for a head start, shall we say, or a place in the race to build this nuclear future. Of course, that comes with a lot of controversy and differing opinions, and Gillette is divided.
Now Governor Gordon is assessing the public's comments and will decide how to spend this money through the Wyoming Energy Authority. A 120-year-old tortoise named Orville, along with 5 others, survived a devastating fire at Reptile Gardens in South Dakota on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that about 80 to 90 other reptiles, including alligators and other tortoises, were killed.
The fire marshal believes it was some sort of electrical issue that consumed the whole building, which was an off-exhibit storage facility for American alligators and smaller tortoise species. And unfortunately, none of the animals that were in the fire survived. But the iconic animals that most people love, like the giant Aldabra tortoises and Maniac, who's a large saltwater crocodile, they were in the Big Sky Dome, which is the central attraction at Reptile Gardens, and they were totally unaffected by the fires. A huge loss. Everyone at Reptile Gardens is feeling it.
John Broxelby, who manages Reptile Gardens public relations, tells Cowboy State Daily that the fire was reported around 12:40 a.m. on Friday, and the Rockerville Volunteer Fire Department responded to an active fire in a detached agricultural shelter. 3 hunters with bull elk tags are claiming that after they helicoptered into an isolated public land area in the Bighorn Mountains, an adjacent landowner tried to swipe one of their trophy elk heads. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there was a confrontation.
He expressed to them that he didn't want them there. He didn't want them hunting there. They said, look, here's the maps. Here's where we are. This is public land. And so the guy relented and gave the elk head back.
Now, the alleged incident is under investigation, so Wyoming Game and Fish can't comment on it. Sheridan Region spokeswoman Christina Schmidt stated in an email response to Cowboy State Daily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show, our listeners chiming in. Sylvia says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sylvia. Adrian said, Adrian's watching on Facebook because there are video problems on YouTube. I don't see those video problems. We look fine on YouTube. By the way, though, that's a good reminder that both the audio, video, the whole smash, the whole package, you can enjoy every morning on YouTube. Make sure you find our channel, Cowboy State Daily. Subscribe while you're there. That helps us out. We have, just recently announced our Facebook follower number, now more than 185,000. Huge. That's huge. Facebook followers, 185,000, just hit that plateau the other day. And headed now for 190, right? Or let's just go right to 200,000 Facebook users while we're at it. YouTube subscribers, we have almost 22,000 YouTube subscribers. So be that next one today. We're also on X Live, Facebook Live on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. And you can listen to us at the finer radio stations around the state. They have the good taste to put us on. Smart move. We're syndicated statewide in real time and delay on radio stations across the state of Wyoming. And then when you're good and ready to listen to the podcast version, you bet we're there too. Wherever you find and download your favorite podcasts, we're there, whether it's Apple or I don't know. I don't do the podcast. I just know we're there. We are everywhere. Zuby said you should not cut corners for the best outcome. I love sometimes reading the comments 2 hours after they were made. And I'm trying to think back to what we were talking about 2 hours ago and cutting corners. I know like a couple hours ago, I told Kevin that this morning has been a morning where I'm just pushing the wrong buttons all morning. Like I just cannot get it together. Does that count as cutting corners or not? Renee Jean, don't make us come for you. She is scheduled to pop on. We've had very good luck today, unlike yesterday with our special guest. Russell Nemetz was on first thing this morning, while Jen Coker was first. She was right on time. Jen and I talked about missing persons. That's kind of her beat for Cowboy State Daily. And we talked about the Casper man whose sister's still looking for him. And we have this breaking news in Cowboy State Daily that DNA has now confirmed that the remains found in rural Gering, Nebraska are those of the Wyoming man, the Moorcroft man, Chance Engelbert. So that story finally gets some resolution. Jen Coker's been following that. Jen was on first thing this morning. We talked about a bunch of stuff. Russell Nemetz from the Western Ag Network. How fun it was to talk to him. He knows all things going on in the Western Ag, including we told him to say hi to Will Rasmussen. The rodeo show that we air comes from Russell's Western Ag Network. Dr. Erik Goodwyn was on, the psychiatrist up there at Cody Regional. Renny MacKay, Wyoming Business Alliance. That was a fun chat. And then we just had Jim Magagna on. And what a nice talk we had. Here's Renee. And so it's Renee makes it a clean sweep. Everybody scheduled today made their appearance. Renee, what are you doing this Tuesday?
I am writing more stories than ever, of course.
Good. Hey, all morning we've been talking to Western Ag Network, Russell Nemetz, concerning like cattle prices, beef, the whole industry. We had Jim Magagna on just a moment ago. It seems like the headlines today are dominated by stuff concerning the cattle industry, the beef industry, whether it's the New World screwworm or your story today that Tyson is going to shutter that plant in Lexington. That is huge news.
Yeah, they process about 5,000 cattle there every day. I think they employ around 3,200 people. It is a huge blow for that community for sure. But it also has implications, more broad implications for the future of the cattle industry. And I think it's probably not going to be the only one. All of these packers are facing kind of the same thing. The supply is very low. The prices are very high. in that kind of a circumstance, you're paying more for the animal. You can't afford to carry excess capacity. All that excess capacity's got to get squeezed out of the system so that these guys can make it to the next, horizon. But just thinking about how it's all going to play out, is that going to make it more difficult in the future to get back to where we were? Because, I don't know if this plant closure in Nebraska was temporary or permanent, but even when you say it's temporary, if you can't ever get the supply back, well, then you're not going to ramp up the production there, right? And rebuilding cattle herds these days, it's tough. We have an aging demographic too of cattle ranchers who want out. This is a great time for them to get out because prices are high right now, so they can, take care of their books, wrap everything up, tie it up with a neat bow, and retire. Nobody begrudges them that, of course, but then we don't have a lot of young ranchers coming along to take their place. And so maybe this herd reduction could be, we're setting a new baseline for American production here. We're going to import more beef, though, because people aren't eating less beef just because we're producing less.
Yeah.
And then once you set all of that up, it's like wages. They're sticky downward. They don't change. People don't accept pay decreases over time. They always want to keep building. I think it's a similar thing here. Once you spend all that money to set up your imported beef pipelines, which means, box beef coming in, being cut up, being repackaged. Once you set up the assembly line for that, I think things are sticky downward. Those companies are not going to want to, spend the money to reopen basically plants that have been shuttered.
The butterfly effect, the ripple down of this shuttering of the Tyson plant is yet to be fully felt. And we're talking about an industry that doesn't rebound in a month. If their cows aren't out there and they're at a historic low since 1951, like how fast do you rebuild the herds? A perfect storm of prices have never been higher, so that aging rancher says, man, if I was going to get out, time is now to get out. And the younger generation not interested or not able to buy into the ranching business. So many things going into it. And then you throw on top of that, Renee, the regulation, the government red tape. I mean, could the Direct Act help some of these smaller Wyoming ranchers sell direct to consumer? Hopefully.
Well, it's a baby step in the right direction is the way I think I would characterize that. But it's really, if you look at the setup of it, it's too small to make a real difference. Okay, they're limiting the amount of beef these producers can sell online direct to consumer to like 300 pounds a year. They're limiting, it's too limited. And it's limited to like state and federal inspected facilities. Okay, we don't have a lot of those anyway. So it's not this big wide door opening up a new market to save cattle ranchers. It's kind of a little tiny crack that may, it's kind of like a trickle down effect. It'll help. Sure. I'm not saying it won't help at all. I don't think it's big enough to make a big difference. Now, Tyler Lindholm was telling me about the Prime Act. I do think that sounds more likely to really help cattle ranchers. That one allows states to decide if their custom slaughterhouses can sell direct to consumer. That's much less limited. We have a lot of these custom slaughterhouse facilities across the state. If they could go from just serving, individuals like you buy a beef, they slaughter it for you. Okay, it's expensive. But if they could be allowed to retail some of this beef that they're processing direct to consumer, we have a lot more of those. It would open up the market a lot more. That would be a much bigger help.
Interesting.
But bigger than that, though, I've always questioned why, if it's safe to consume within the state of Wyoming, because it's been state inspected and that meat is safe for consumption, why is it suddenly when it goes across the border to Montana that it's suddenly not safe? That's to me is the big thing we need to address is if the state inspected facilities follows the same rules as the federal. What's the big beef with eating it in Montana instead of Wyoming?
Yeah, the big beef. I like that. I know. And this is inherent of this idea that we are supposed to be the United States of America, but often we're not terribly united in laws and ways of thinking. Yeah, I get it. Tyler Lindholm, I'm glad you talked to our buddy, our former legislator and rancher. He always has smart things to say. And Tyler did point towards the Prime Act. He said the Direct Act's more of a Band-Aid. He's like, Prime Act is what he'd like to see. And he pointed to the fact that, he's in cow country, Crook County. He thinks there's like 100,000 cows, maybe 7,000 people. Yet he said, why can't you get beef butchered here? He's like, that's crazy. Is there anything we can do to get butchering facilities locally in Wyoming?
Well, and that's why he's talking about the custom slaughter facilities.
Yeah.
These are all over Wyoming. Basically, if you kill a deer and you take it to a custom slaughterhouse and they process it for you, that's a custom slaughterhouse, right?
Okay.
And there are lots of those across the state. Well, and that meat is considered safe to eat. So, what's the big deal with allowing ranchers to use that to custom slaughter and sell direct to consumers?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you highlighted the Wyoming's Lucky 7 rancher, Jim Jensen. He's been at it since last century. This guy, 5th generation rancher, and he's building a better cow, man. We can brag on our cattle. We can tell Wyoming or Texas or whatever, like our cows are tougher than your cows. And I love the way he started as a kid, man. The way you start your cow-calf operation is you get as many cows as you can, and then you got to find that one great bull who's going to service the cows, and don't make a mistake with it, or that's money down the drain. What a cool story about Jim Jensen, how he got it all going, and how he is toughening up his, I assume, Angus to get through tough winters in Boulder.
Yeah, this is a fun story to me. When I was in North Dakota, there was a rancher there who talked about kind of this same concept, and he called it brown eye syndrome, which I think is just so clever.
Yeah.
But it's kind of where the cow looks at you with those big brown beautiful eyes, and you love your cow and you give her an extra ration, or you make things a little easier for her. But when you're making things easier for these animals, what you're really doing is allowing weaker genetics to creep into the herd over time. And so being a little more ruthless, just like Mother Nature is, Mother Nature, she's just what she is, but that's kind of a sculpting process, right? It's making the herd stronger. And so he's kind of adjusted because of that experience, that early experience with the bull who wasn't all that, who couldn't handle the high elevation, the extreme temperatures, the wind, all of that. He realized, he had an opportunity with this ranch to kind of sculpt a better herd. And so that's what he's been doing. It's combined with scientific testing. He's using tests to figure out which of these animals are less able to survive. Those get sent to market. He focuses his breeding on the ones that are the best feed efficiency, the best as far as heart disease goes. Because, we expect these cattle to become basically obese so that we can later put them on a dinner plate. And so they need good genetics to do that well. The consequence of that, the good consequence of that is the economics get better for the cattle rancher. Maybe you're spending $300 less on cattle feed. You're making a little bit more profit than your neighbor. That's making it a little easier for you to survive long term. He feels like this is the way to help ranchers hang on, get better economics through better genetics.
we just talked to Cowboy Kevin Meyer, and he said the same thing. He said this Jensen and what they're doing, that ranch, he said he's legendary, and people seek out his genetics, his cow DNA. He's getting it right. Ranching at 7,000 feet is not for everybody, but the Jensens, man, they've been doing it, and they know how to do it. Renee warns us not to fall for the brown eye syndrome. Don't fork out another hayful, to that cow just because he's giving you the sad eyes. Just like parents have to learn with their kids. You can't give them everything because, it sets them up for failure. So smart. Great stories, Renee. And I love to learn the term sticky down, which I thought meant my mashed potatoes for Thanksgiving are going to be sticky down. But no, sticky down is a whole nother.
Such a formal economic term, right? I learned that in college. The economist said wages are sticky down. That always made complete sense to me. Certain things are sticky the other direction. So once you go that direction, it's kind of stuck. It takes a lot to go the other way. And I
understand that. I get the concept, but I've never heard it actually nomenclature, like the terminology. That's Renee, you're operating on a whole nother level from the show. We're not worthy. You turn good for us. I'm glad you share your knowledge though twice weekly. Thanks, Renee.
Oh, you're awfully nice. Thanks, Jake.
You bet. Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a break. Coming right back with more in the final hour of the show here on a Tuesday.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
You remember that insurance commercial? It's Farmers Insurance, where that dude, I can't think of his name. I love him in everything he acts in. He's the spokesman for Farmers Insurance, and the tagline, "We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two." And the whole ad campaign involves freaky things that could happen to your car or your house, like you calling the farmer's insurance agent saying, "You'll never believe what just happened." And the agent says, "Oh yeah, we will. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two." I don't know if they've ever seen anything like this. Can you imagine the phone call to your insurance agent saying, "Hey, I was driving down the highway." This happened in North Carolina. And the 911 call. "I just had a bald eagle drop a cat through my windshield and I crashed." Oh man. Farmers Insurance, have they seen a thing or two like this? I have seen bald eagles. I should be a Farmers Insurance. I've told this story before, but I remember carting some tourists in a van from Yellowstone. We had just spent the day in Yellowstone. We were headed back. We were right at the Oxbow Bend famed photographic spot, photogenic spot. And I saw this eagle flying towards us, struggling to get off the ground. He had a big fat trout in his talons, and that trout was more than this eagle could heft. I mean, he could not gain elevation. And I'm watching, he's coming right towards us. I'm thinking, you got to drop that thing, man. You got to drop that trout. You're going to hit the vein. And he, at the last second, I couldn't tell whether the eagle did drop the trout or whether he actually hit, like the trout hit, like he did not clear the windshield. And whack, this trout hits the windshield. And, you know, everybody in the van's like, "What was that?" I'm like, "Well, I can explain it, but you'll never believe it. That bald eagle could not clear the van." Yeah, eagles, we've seen videos where they struggle with whatever it is they've got and they don't want to let it up. And a cat is certainly within the prey possibilities of an eagle. Golden eagles have been known to take like small lamb, like a lamb off the ground, like huge prey. So a bald eagle with a cat, totally believable. In this case, this driver in North Carolina had to make the 911 call saying, "I just had a cat drop through my windshield." Now, the cat was dead, likely before it ever hit the windshield. North Carolina State Highway Patrol said that Melissa Schlarb was driving to her job at a bank in western North Carolina when she said it sounded like an explosion. She said, "It felt like my windshield just exploded." The 28-year-old had been watching a bald eagle overhead as she was traveling. So that was the reason she even knew it happened. She saw the eagle with something. She said, "I'm not used to seeing them there in this area." And I thought, wow, that was amazing. And then she said, and then I saw the eagle had something with it, she said. And once I realized it was a cat that it had, and it barely had a hold on it. She said it was struggling. The cat was like getting loose. And then she said, I watched that thing drop it right through my windshield. It sounded like a bomb went off. Yeah, cat dead, unknown whether the eagle dropped it because it was more than they can handle or just lost control of it. But it just reminded me of that Farmers Insurance tag. Have they seen a thing or two like that? President Trump thinks he has a solution for health care, thank goodness, because that was the main holdup with the government shutdown. You remember both in the Senate, both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats chose to die on that hill being the extending tax credits subsidy for health care, for Obamacare, essentially. Republicans saying they weren't ready to do that. It's going to cost money, number one. But the bigger issue Republicans said was your whole Obamacare is a problem. It's built on false shifting sand. It's no good from the ground up. The Affordable Care Act. We got to tear that down and figure out a new way. And those two parties, Democrat and Republicans, clashed on that for over a month as we all sat and wait for the government to get back to work. The deal, after some Democrats defected, the new idea is healthcare still has issues, and the premiums we're going to see in the coming year in 2026 are going to be astronomical. In Wyoming, expected your monthly premium will double at least. In Florida, triple. Some states are going to be affected differently, but so far, the industry experts, including Diane Gore, I want to say, we reached out to her to get her on the show. She heads Blue Cross Blue Shield for Wyoming. She said, watch out. This is going to be scary. Next year, your premium, your monthly premium is expected to double in Wyoming because of these expiring Affordable Care Act, ACA subsidies set to expire at the end of December. Is there a solution on the Republican side? They're working on it, they've said, but we have not seen a concrete plan. In fact, the other day, President Trump said he did have a plan. He had a plan to extend the Obamacare subsidies and rework healthcare as we know it. His plan was set to be unveiled. It included a reported $50 billion price tag. So if money was the hang up in the Senate, money seems to be a big issue as well. Like, it's going to cost taxpayer money to continue healthcare as we know it. I mean, it's the only way around it. And Trump's 2-year plan was expected for the 2 years that he was going to put it in place, whatever you're going to call it, whether it's an extension of Obamacare, whether it's ACA 2.0, whatever it was going to be called, the rework was going to cost money, $50 billion estimate for the next 2 years. Now, however, Trump's plan appeared ready. He was going to propose the policy and the framework. He was going to address healthcare costs and do it all. And then all of a sudden, somebody pumped the brakes on it. The White House says they're delaying the proposal amid resistance from congressional Republicans. So his own party said, Prez, pump the brakes on that, hit pause. We don't know if your idea is ready for prime time. So darn, I mean, it looked like we might have had our first look at the Republican solution to health care, but not yet. The Republican Party leadership told the president, don't unveil any of that just yet. Let's look at this day in history. It's November 25th. And these things happen on this day in history. I was talking to Jackie about one of these items of significance that happened on this day. First off, earth-shattering news. It must have been in the day because somebody wrote it down, and it continues to exist today on the internet. 53 cans of cranberries were stored at Fort Bridger on this day in 1867. All right, obviously in preparation for Thanksgiving, but it's just amazing the insignificant things that survive through history. We still know today we could put a man on the moon with all the technology we have, with all the stories that were lost to time. We're still aware of the fact that 53 cans of cranberry were sitting right there on the shelf at Fort Bridger in 1867. Don't you feel better knowing that? 1876, it's the anniversary of the Dull Knife Battle. Colonel Reynold Mackenzie, 1,100 of his troops, also accompanied by a large contingent of Pawnees, together with some Arapaho and Lakota, attacked the camp of the Cheyenne under the command of Dull Knife. This happened on the Red Fork River, on the Red Fork of the Powder River. And the fight is significant for a couple of reasons. Number one, it was considered an unfair kind of a massacre. There was contention that women and children were killed in the attack on the Cheyenne and their camp. Number two, and there were a very large number of very elderly and very young that were recorded killed. The second reason of significance for the Dull Knife battle and the attack under the command of Colonel Mackenzie was the fact that it took place in brutal weather, horrific climate conditions, estimated to be far below zero temperatures, high winds, just an awful, ugly day to be doing anything. And that's when Mackenzie, who graduated from West Point in 1862, chose to attack this camp. What was recovered in the battle, now there are some saying it was an unfair fight because Dull Knife and this particular camp didn't have anything to do with hostilities during the day, during that era. But Dull Knife, what was recovered at that camp were many articles that belonged to General Custer's men. So at least this band of Cheyenne had probably taken part in the Battle of Little Bighorn. Mackenzie's an interesting figure in history. Really incredible dude who had a up-and-coming career cut short, probably because he went stark raving mad. I don't know what happened to him. Some historians speculate he could have had a head injury. But by the 1870s, this West Point grad had begun to decline mentally. He exhibited bizarre behavior, perhaps his insistence on attacking the band of Cheyenne under Dull Knife's command and in below zero weather. I'm sure many of his soldiers said, "Are you out of your mind? It's too cold to fight." He might have been out of his mind. He was demonstrating signs of mental instability, severe depression. By 1884, he was discharged from the military due to, quote, insanity. Just 3 years after he had purchased a ranch in Texas, he became engaged. He looked like his life was heading up and up, but he ended up dying in 1889, just 48 years old, and the source of his mental decline still debated today. 1889, this day, scarlet fever caused the closings of public schools in Rawlins. The fear of scarlet fever spread 1889, and on this day in 1909, Governor B.B. Brooks declared the day to be one of thanksgiving and praise. I can only imagine this day in 1909 had to be a Thursday, you would think. All these things happen on this day in history, November 25th. Let's check out Will Rasmussen, one of the rare times we actually have talked to his boss earlier. Russell Nemetz was on the show. It's the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow with Will.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen with a special edition of the Rodeo Roadshow. Today on the phone, former Veterinarian of the Year and professional rodeo, Dr. Eddie Taylor, talks to us about the virus that is affecting the National Finals Rodeo and the events surrounding it. It's a dangerous virus, and many are worried. Dr. Eddie Taylor on the Rodeo Roadshow coming up next.
Join us for the Stevenson's Diamond Dot Fall Production Sale December 1st at the ranch south of Hobson, Montana. This outstanding offering of Angus cattle includes 240 bull calves, 95 coming 2-year-old bulls, 82 registered females, 8 embryo lots, and over 950 commercial females. With 65 years of experience in the Angus breed, you are sure to find the right bull or female to fit your program. Sales starts at 12 noon on December 1st. For more information, go to stevensonsdiamonddot.com.
You've got enough to worry about. Cold weather, short days, and cows that need to hold condition through winter. Flaxlick Tubs by Smartlick Supplements deliver omega-3s that support pregnancy and fetal development, so you have more calves on the ground this spring. It's self-fed, weatherproof nutrition that works while you rest easier. Feed smarter, not harder. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
And it's actually a herpes virus. It's called equine herpes virus, kind of a latent infection that most people and most horses probably have floating around in their system, and it doesn't rear its ugly head too often, but in this situation, and there have been situations in the past where it has done this, it's mainly a respiratory virus that affects most of the youngsters. It's basically just kind of a cough and a snotty nose that a lot of horses can get. Never creates any big problems, but every now and then when it begins in a heavily populated event or premise, then sometimes it can kind of spread like wildfire. And the most concerning aspect of this virus is that occasionally it can have a little mutation during its outbreak and result in this. It goes from an EHV, equine herpes virus, and the common term is equine herpes myeloencephalopathy, which is a big term meaning it affects the brain and the spinal cord. And that is the neurological component of this that is really the concerning part of it.
Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, Dr. Eddie Taylor. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we got to take one final break on the show. When we come back, we'll go to Evanston, where a man fighting with his dad all night, of course, drinking involved, allegedly, when, the scenario as I'm going to paint it, dad decides to open the bedroom door of son and say, and another thing. And son just opens fire with a .22. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in the night. The son says, I thought somebody was breaking into the house. I didn't know it was my dad. We'll take a look at that and several other stories, including ICE deporting 40 truckers back to their country of origin. Another trucker accused of shooting at a vehicle that was passing it, and a case of road rage. And we'll check out the Reptile Gardens fire in Rapid City, South Dakota. That's all coming up after the final break.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Claire McFarland's story about the Evanston man who claims self-defense when he shot his father 3 times in his bedroom Saturday morning. 23-year-old Evanston man being held on a $100,000 bond. Ethan Grasset, 49-year-old, is the victim. The father, Michael Grasset, 49-year-old, is the father. Ethan is the son, 23-year-old Evanston man. Ethan admitted to authorities shooting his dad, but said he didn't know who it was. He said he and his dad had been fighting kind of all day that day. And then about 4 a.m, somebody was coming into his bedroom, apparently. This story has still got a lot yet to fill in. Claire McFarland said, developing story, hoping to learn more from the Evanston Police Department. Evanston PD officer James Schmidt learned of a shooting on Granite Drive, Evanston, Saturday morning. He and officer Zach Marler found the father shot 3 times with a .22 caliber pistol. They obtained a warrant and obtained a firearm. It was a Taurus .22 pistol in Ethan's room. That, along with Ethan's admission that he shot his father several times, he said, with a .22 that he kept in his room. The bullets matched up, the shell casings matched, so we have the right weapon. We have Ethan saying, yes, I did it. But he is claiming self-defense. He said he didn't know who was breaking into his room at 4 a.m. His quote, written in a document which the Cowboy State Daily obtained early yesterday morning, says, that doesn't excuse what I did. I'm so sorry to my family, to my dad, but I want you, my family, and the world to know I did not mean to kill anyone, just defend myself from an unknown intruder. Claire McFarland has that story. Yeah, I'm not sure that original plan holds up. I think when Ethan lawyers up, maybe he'll change his tune, because that doesn't sound like anything that's going to hold up. Not in the court of Jake anyway, but yeah. ICE said it's set to deport 40 truckers after Wyoming Sheriff Highway Patrol operation. Remember, state law was changed recently to allow local sheriff's offices to pull over and cite and get involved with truckers who may be driving illegally. You know, previously that was Highway Patrol was the only agency that could do that. Now you're seeing these stings, particularly in roads, in highways that are not interstates. Truckers looking to dodge the scales, looking to get around law enforcement, are taking some lesser-known highways. And guess what? Laramie County Sheriff's Office is also patrolling those highways, and they're looking for you. 40 pending deportations after the latest sting. I did not realize how much of an issue these illegal truckers in country illegally, much less probably driving with CDLs that were expired or never even obtained. Never mind whether they can speak English. They don't belong in the country, period, much less behind the wheel of a semi-tractor trailer. 195 traffic stops were performed. During those traffic stops, Highway Patrol conducted 133 commercial vehicle inspections. Out of that, they placed 44 trucks out of service. So that's, what do you think of that as a percentage? 195 traffic stops. Out of those, they told 62 truckers, okay, you look good to go. Sorry for the inconvenience. Another 133 they inspected. So 195 stopped, 62 let go, and then you took a closer look at 133 commercial vehicles and you inspected them. And out of those 133, 44 of those trucks were taken out of service. 38 drivers were removed from the road. 40 illegal aliens in custody Friday, awaiting deportation. One of them, according to Sheriff Kozak, one of our favorite sheriffs in Wyoming, one of the truckers had been convicted in the past of sexual assault and deported twice. Another had a DUI and larceny convictions and had been deported from the country 5 times previously and was back in the U.S. driving truck. Big operation, and Sheriff Kozak and all those involved should be rewarded for their diligent work. Speaking of bad truckers, a semi-truck driver was arrested last week after what Wyoming Highway Patrol is calling a road rage incident in Carbon County. Troopers said a trucker shot at a pickup with a child in the back seat. It was an altercation that occurred on I-80 near Rawlins. A semi-truck driver is in jail. Wyoming Highway Patrol piecing together the incident, which, by the way, was witnessed and called in by somebody else on the highway who saw it happen. They're like, whoa, this trucker just shot at this pickup truck. Fortunately, no one injured in the incident. The semi-truck driver allegedly brandished a firearm, pointed it out the driver's side window at a pickup, and fired the weapon multiple times, according to a statement. A driver in another passenger vehicle called in the incident soon after, and the pickup truck driver pulled into the Wyoming Department of Transportation office in Rawlins, also reported the incident, saying, hey, I just got shot at. Highway Patrol did find the bullet hole in the pickup truck, and they did find the semi-truck driver on mile marker 190. They made a traffic stop. They had probable cause. They located a firearm in the truck with 2 spent rounds. That driver has been taken into custody, charges pending, and a developing story from Jimmy Orr in the Cowboy State Daily. Bad truckers gone bad, I guess. Let's check in with our friends at Wyoming Game and Fish, and when we come back, we'll speak of a little bit of game, particularly one lucky tortoise, as the major fire was reported in a popular tourist attraction in Rapid City. Reptile Gardens had a real bad fire. A lot of animals lost, but one lucky tortoise will live to see another day, and no doubt many more years. Tortoises live a long time. We'll be right back.
The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission meets in Laramie earlier this month, with habitat a big talking point. I'm Ray Hageman. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commissioners concluded its final meeting of the year this month in Laramie. The commission heard and approved several key department presentations and funding requests. Jim Wassine, Landscape Conservation Initiative Coordinator for the Game and Fish, presented a final draft of the statewide habitat plan for 2026 through 2030, and the commission voted to approve the plan. Wassine says, "We would like to thank everyone involved, including the external partners and stakeholders who were involved with the plan revision." He says it's a collaborative effort that cannot be successful without the help of those who took time to provide feedback to help us shape our plan and set it up for success. The statewide habitat plan serves as a unified roadmap for game and fish habitat protection and enhancement efforts. The newly approved plan is the fifth since the original plan in 2001. The plan addresses conservation of terrestrial and aquatic habitat along with migration paths, habitat conservation, and restoration. The latest revision emphasizes a systematic approach to prioritizing areas that have high conservation values, areas Game and Fish plans to restore, and priority areas for fish and wildlife migrations. The plan features 25 strategies and 93 specific actions to be implemented across various Game and Fish divisions. In other topics, Game and Fish reported a positive year for its public engagement efforts in education and outreach. Education Supervisor Ashley Leonard says that in fiscal year 2025, Game and Fish programs reached 30,371 participants across 284 programs. The Hunter Education Program certified 3,608 new students. Volunteer and staff instructors spent nearly 9,000 hours instructing hunter education courses. School-based initiatives, including Trout in the Classroom, the National Archery in the Schools program, and Conservation Crates, combined to reach more than 13,600 Wyoming students. Game and Fish's 9 summer camps, including 3 Becoming an Outdoors Woman camps, 3 family camps, 2 youth camps, and a collegiate program, continue to remain popular as well. The next commission meeting will be January 13th and 14th at Game and Fish headquarters in Cheyenne. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Jake in the morning, Cowboy State Daily.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Game and Fish. Well, this one lucky tortoise, tragic fire Friday at the very popular Reptile Gardens in South Dakota. About 80 to 90 reptiles, including alligators and tortoises alike, were killed in the fire. It occurred in an outbuilding, not the main attraction building at Reptile Gardens, but a building specifically designed to house other animals, maybe ones that were going to cycle into some of the tourist areas. Reptile Gardens really saddened. John Brocklesby, spokesperson for Reptile Gardens, said a huge outpouring and support from the area. They were open for business just the other day, so they're right back at it because no structures they use to interface with the public were harmed. But how to deal with the loss of all those animals, that's going to be tough. They'll make decisions on how they move forward. The Reptile Gardens closes for the season at the end of the month, as they do every year. They'll be back open February 26th. But the story in the Cowboy State Daily from Andrew Rossi says, for one thing, Orville, the popular 120-year-old tortoise, did survive. That's going to do it for us. Have a great Tuesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way.